Alrighty. Hello, hello. Oh, goodness. Do. Cool, that works. Hi. Trying to decide if I have all the documents or not. I think I do. I think I have all the documents. Also trying to kind of hope that my microphone isn't screwed up too. Yeah, I think that should be good. How do I... Okay, cool. Thank you. How do I... Oh, that's cool. But that's not what I need. Nope. It's not what I need. Dang it. Weird. I don't know how I can do that. Well, I don't know. Well, anywho. Hello. So today we are gonna dive into day 3 of the transcripts. I'm gonna try to get them done as much as possible. I want to try to what the heck? Hold on. I don't know. It's asking me to do stuff that I don't understand. Okay, so today we're going to try to dive into day 3 of the transcripts. So day 3 is where we have the 2 expert witnesses. So we have Rebecca Talent, who is the or Dr. Rebecca Talent. She is the expert witness in social media and like marketing and everything. So she's on the stand, and then Rebecca Bond, which is the therapist. And then we go into the professor's best friend, I think her husband, and then I think her mom as well. So we're going to go into that. I'm going to quickly look through yeah, it's pretty straightforward. The craziness gets to when the therapist, goodness, I can't think, when the therapist gets on the stand. So that's when the craziness happens. But hopefully y'all can hear me. So we're going to dive into that. I pulled up some of the exhibits. One of the exhibits is not on the record at all. I wish it was, but it's not. I really wish I had that list of videos where like it's just a list of all the videos that she made. But that's exhibit 13. That is not available. And then exhibit 37, which is receipts, so we don't have that. But we do get to look at the DSM-5 that everybody got to hear about with the with how with the therapist and all that crazy stuff. So, we're gonna dive in on to that. Hope y'all are having a very good day. Let me wiggle this a little bit so I can kind of see this a little better. Okay. Cool. Okay. So, this is just the index page for the day. So as you can see, we have Rebecca Talent, Rebecca Vaughn, and then her friend, Mr. Carone really handles this day, which I think is kind of cool. He does a very good job. I like his style as well. But anywho, okay. So the proceedings commence at 8:29 a.m. on February 26th of 2026. The court, please be seated. The courtroom deputy. The court will now take up day 3 of the jury trial for Schofield versus TikToker, case number. The court, all right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning. Good morning. Ms. Olson, Mr. Carone, are we ready to proceed? Yes, Your Honor. The court, TikToker, ready to proceed? Yes, sir. The court, all right. Mr. Gordon, can you please bring in the jury? And then they bring in the jury at 8:30. The court, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, good morning. I hope you all had a good evening. It seems like we got a little bit of a break in the weather with this rain and a nice sunny morning, so you hope you had a pleasant morning. I'll ask the same questions that I've asked the past couple of days. And they all answered in the negative. So he goes, all right, having had no positive responses, I'll ask Mr. Crone to call the plaintiff's next witness. And then, Your Honor, the plaintiff calls Dr. Rebecca Talent. And then please state your full name, and then we go into direct examination. I don't know. Ribs, I have zero clue why my microphone is being the way it is. I pulled everything apart this weekend, so I don't know. I'm sorry. Let's see. So for direct, good morning, Dr. Talent. Good morning. Do you have an undergraduate degree? Yes, I do. Where did you obtain your degree? It is now the University of Central Oklahoma. At the time, it was Central State University. When did you obtain your degree? In 1975. What was your major? It was journalism with minors in education and English. Did you later obtain a master's degree? Yes, I did, at the same university, University of Central Oklahoma. When did you obtain your master's degree? 1977. Do you have a major specialization with your master's degree? It was a Master of Education with an emphasis in journalism. Did you later obtain a doctorate degree? Yes, I did. Where did you obtain that doctorate degree? Oklahoma State University. When did you obtain that degree? 1995. What was the title of your dissertation? The title of my dissertation was, and please forgive me, it was 1995, and I may not get it exactly correct, Seeking a Place in the Journalistic Sun, a Delphi Study of Future Journalism Ethical Issues. Have you ever worked in public relations? Yes, I have. How many years did you work in public relations? I believe total it was about 27. Where did you work during those years? Mostly for Oklahoma State University, but it included the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, the University Hospital System, the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center, and also some not-for-profits such as Epworth Villa in Oklahoma City. Another agency I worked for was the Oklahoma Energy Resources Board. What types of public relations work did you perform? Mostly it was making sure that we got our messages out. However, whatever it means, we needed to do that. Early on, it was primarily through pitches to news media or working press releases. Later on, it became more involved with social media and learning how to connect with people using Facebook, at the time, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Do you have any teaching experience related to public relations or mass media? Yes, I do. How do you define public relations? Public relations is communicating with the public to gain. Some people can gain information that they need, and we use a variety of platforms to do that. What is mass media? Mass media is basically an umbrella term for all things related to journalism. Journalism is a subset, so is basic, so is public relations, advertising, also social media, and in the last 15 years, gaming has come under that as well. Where did you most recently teach? Recently, the University of Idaho. How long did you teach at the University of Idaho? From 2006 until my retirement in 2019, I was the head of the public relations unit. What classes did you teach on public relations or mass media? I taught the introductory course Intro to Mass Media. Prior to renaming it in 2015, it was Introduction to Public Relations. I also taught case studies, I taught research, I taught the capstone class, which was basically the students taking all the information that they had learned in their 4 years or more at the university and applying them to helping a client deliver messages to their target demographics. Question, did you develop any of these courses? I developed every one of these courses. Have you ever presented as an academic on public relations or mass media? I've made multiple presentations for multiple groups, including the Society of Professional Journalists, the Indigenous Journalists Association, and others. Hold on one second. Sorry, I thought my microphone went out for a second. Have you received any awards related to your work in public relations or mass media? I have several awards. The one I'm most proud of is that in 2019, I was awarded the Wells Memorial Key by the Society of Professional Journalists. It's the highest award the society gives, and it is for dedicated service to journalism. Based on your experience in public relations and academia, how important is an academic's personal reputation or brand? It is absolutely imperative. If you do not have a good reputation, a good brand, which is very hard to earn, then you're basically lost, whether it be for students to take a class or for people to work with you in collaborative effort on a project or research or any number of things that academics are required to do. Can false statements negatively affect a person's reputation? I'm sorry, I didn't understand part of that. I'm sorry, I said, can false statements affect a person's reputation? False statements can definitely affect your reputation because one of the things that people will do, and it's just a fact of our modern life, is that they will tend to go to social media and gather or spread rumors, and that ends up hurting the individual involved because, especially if the information is not true, then, and provable not true, provable not true, then that person has, if you are a faculty member, what this will do to you. It's not just, oh, the students are mad at you or the students don't trust you. You lose the trust of your administration, you lose the trust of your department, your colleagues. You can end up losing your job. You could end up losing any grants that you might have funding from another source. You might lose your ability to work with other researchers. Your research could be in danger. And once you finish your research, if you go to publish that research, then every piece of research is peer reviewed by 3 other researchers. And if one of those other researchers say, oh, that person has an image problem, I'm not going to approve this. And so therefore, the research does not get published. So there's a number of long-term things that can happen from one false statement. Give me one second. Sorry. Okay. Are false statements made online more damaging to reputation compared to false statements made in traditional media? I believe that they are, and the reason is because people don't tend to stop, think, and look at what is the information that's being given. How can I check to see whether or not that information is true? And they don't stop to say, oh, let me do a quick check of Snoops or PolitiFact or any of the other numerous websites that are out there for checking facts. And so, therefore, these things can snowball faster and faster and make it more difficult for the person to clear their name. How can false statements online negatively affect an academic's reputation? False statements online can make people leery of individual involved. They may say, I don't want to work with that person. I don't want to if I'm peer reviewing that person's work. I don't want to allow that person's research to go forward. And it is, I know you've all heard the phrase, publish or perish when it comes to academia, but it's true. I mean, if you don't get your work published, your research published, you lose your job. End of full stop, end of statement. And so these things can multiply. And false statements can cause people to say, I don't want to work with that person. I don't want to see their stuff published. Maybe it gets to the point to where a funder will withdraw funds from their research. It is very serious. And academia is not a huge universe. It's a very small universe to work in, and people know each other and talk. And it's false statements spread. So, especially online, people will say, oh gosh, I saw that on Facebook, or I heard that on TikTok, or that was on Instagram. And like I say, they don't stop to check at one of the fact checking sites. Generally speaking, how long can it take to rebuild a reputation after extensive negative publicity? Goodness, I couldn't say that word for a second. In my profession, in public relations, we say it takes a generation, which is 40 years. The primary case that we all point to now is the 3 Mile Island case that happened in 1979. For those who are not familiar, partial meltdown of a nuclear reactor, radioactive material going into the air, great problems for the industry as well as for the plant and the people in Pennsylvania around that site. And the immediate reaction was so negative by the public that even though $1 billion later and lots of cleanup, the plant finally had to be shut down permanently and abandoned because in fact, it was abandoned in 2019 simply because they couldn't get public support to restart. People still remembered, and they were saying, we don't want that in our backyard. And so it happens, there's lots of cases to where if you work really, really hard and really diligently, people can forgive sometimes later on down the road, but that's generally at least 20 to 25 years down the road. That's why we say, as a general rule, it takes about a generation to, get past that. Can prevailing in a defamation lawsuit help somebody restore their reputation? Yes, because once you have been cleared in court, people say, oh, that's the good person, that's the good guy, and they were obviously wrong. Mr. Crone, thank you. No further questions this time. Thank you. Cross-examination TikToker. Yes, sir. So I will say, the TikToker, she had some pretty good points, and you'll see them in this document, but she had some pretty good points. And I kind of wish she had harped on those a little bit more. But like I've said in previous transcripts, like I think she just gets caught up in her emotions where her line of questioning can start out really, really good and it just kind of falls off. So you'll see what I mean, like as she's talking, like some of the questions that the TikToker will ask are actually really, really good. I remember sitting in the court and watching her ask these questions, and I was like, oh wow, some of these are like in my notes I literally said like she'll ask a question and then I put like good question next to it. But it's a frustrating thing when you like, especially watching her, because you could tell that she started to let her emotions get to her. But it's a yeah, I'm really like this is one of the ones where I was like, oh, she did some research over the night, is kind of how I felt with her for this particular witness. The therapist, on the other hand, yeah, no. All right. So, TikToker, good morning, Dr. Talent. Good morning. Can you explain your relation with Professor Schofield? I knew of Professor when she came to the University of Idaho. Again, academia is a small universe, and I knew of her. She and I did not get to know each other as individuals until late into 2023, and we became friends. And now, I'm not going to say friends like we go shopping together or we go to dinner to eat at each other's house. We're more work friends. We know each other, see each other, say hi, how are you doing, and we're friendly. I have respect for her research, and quite frankly, I'm a fan of her sense of humor, which is very much like mine. Um, Question: what do you know, or clarify if you know anything about Professor's career prior to the statements I made online? The only thing I know is that Professor was considered to be an excellent academic and a very good teacher. Clarify: do you have any information regarding Professor's career after the statements I made online? In terms of what? Do you know anything about her work progression? And I do not know. I do know that after the incident of her being defamed on TikTok, that I know that the university had to withdraw her information from the website. I know that there was a great deal of concern for her because, on campus, because people were afraid that she might be in physical danger, just being on campus. It was a very difficult time. It was a very scary time because, the whole event that had happened and then the incident prior to Professor. A lot of us within the academic community in Moscow were very aware that she had been threatened and that she was in fear for basically her life, and it made it awkward for her and the university. You stated that she had been threatened by who? I understand that she had been threatened by fans of your TikTok. I do not have anything other than there were people who were talking a lot about the perceived threats. Do you have any evidence of these threats? I do not have evidence of the threats. I'm just saying that the atmosphere at the time. You asked me about the atmosphere at the time and what I knew. That is what I know from the atmosphere at the time. So I will say, she. This is a very, very smart woman. She has a doctorate in public relations and communications and mass media and stuff of that nature. But the one, this is where I really, really wish that TikToker had a lawyer, because I feel like with this like type of witness, a lawyer is like the best person to go against with her, because a lawyer would look at her and look at like the questions she's answering and how she answers them and how she perceives certain things, and would be able to dig in a little bit and be able to um kind of play chess with her in a certain way. And I feel like lawyers have a way of asking questions that almost entrap you sometimes, and I really, really wish that she had had a lawyer or had done a little more research on this particular witness, because I feel like some of the questions like in this were very like mundane. Like, how do you know her? That's a good question of how you know her, because they didn't get into it on the professor's side. But some of the ones of like, well, you said threats, what does that mean? And stuff of that nature. Like, having someone who could kind of like perceive and walk through and shift and move and flow with how the questions were answered, I feel like would have been a little easier. I just harping on the threats, like, well, do you have anything about this stuff? Um, I feel like for not only the professor, but for some of the other witnesses is not smart, I guess, in retrospect of things, but that's also just my opinion. Like, saying that there's threats, like, it's TikTok. We live we live in Idaho. There are always going to be threats, especially when this case first broke. Everybody was accusing everyone. Everybody was trying to figure out answers. Like, we just had well, we didn't, I didn't go, but CrimeCon just happened, and I know that some of the victims' families were there at CrimeCon, and they were talking about how people were like freaked out and people were making threats on other people because they went to school and they had classes with this student and they had classes with this victim. And so that, and then adding fuel to the fire of like just a trust me bro instance of a TikTok video, it exploded. I'm not shocked. I really wish maybe I can dig some more and try to find it, but I really wish I had, or she had said, or someone had videos of like what cards she pulled during her readings, because I really want to know. I'm very curious to see what cards she pulled and how she got to the answer she did with the cards. But yeah. So, TikToker, how do you know this? Who made the threats? When were the threats made? And is there documented evidence that Professor was threatened by an alleged fan? Again, the harping on the threats, I feel like this is the wrong witness to do it. Yeah. And even if she did, it would be considered hearsay because she's not the one making the threat, and she's not the one that's getting threatened. So it would have had to come through the professor. So, um, empty profile. Remember that it was mentioned in a live that tarot cards do not work that way. Yeah, they don't. But I've talked to a few other people who do readings for like their business and stuff, and I've asked, and obviously everybody's very confused when I first bring it up. I'm like, "Hey, by the way, um cuz even when I read, cuz I read tarot, again, I read tarot on my own, but even when I read, it's not a clear cut like this person did it or like you need to focus on X, Y, and Z. I'm just very curious to see what cards she pulled and how she drew to that conclusion because I just want to know that specific timeline. And I wish she would have said it in one of her videos. And if she did, I just obviously haven't seen the video, but I really would love if someone had that or had that information so I could just look at it. And maybe someone does and I just don't know it. But yeah. Um Uh, oh, and then answer, I do not have evidence. What I'm saying is that in the community, in the Moscow academic community, we were told that there had been threats. And so that is all I know. It was something that was discussed repeatedly among the academics in Moscow at the time. Thank you. Who told you that? You said we were told. Who made that statement? That's a good question. Um, I cannot remember who made that statement, but I do know that it was discussed roughly for, I'd say, 3 months in 2022, 2023, probably early 2023, when I think back on the timeline because I'm retired, I was not on campus, but I still have a lot of friends, a lot of colleagues with whom I still write with, whom I still associate, and I do not, or I do know that there were quite a bit of discussion. It was, question clarify, I'm sorry. That was kind of okay. Um, answer, it was an overarching discussion. So basically, are you saying that it was a rumor that within academia that professor was threatened, but it was not substantiated by any evidence or and you have no person to point this specific rumor to? Again, I don't know why you're okay. I don't know why you're harping on this. Um, answer, I don't know if I would say rumor. I think that I would say that it was something that was acknowledged because at that time there were a lot of things going on. As it pertains to professor safety, since the videos were posted to your knowledge, has any of those alleged rumors or safety concerns manifested into actual danger for the professor? I do not know. You stated that online, when a statement is made, it could take up to a decade. Did you say or generation? A generation, 40 years. A generation for the person's name to be cleared. Are you aware that Professor Schofield has not lost any opportunities as it pertains to the statements that I made? I would disagree with that statement. Professor, I remember at the time, was unable to research. A mutual friend had made a comment that she was unable to conduct her research. I cannot remember if she had withdrawn from her classes at that time, but I do know that it impacted her research. She was not able to do that, and that is literally half of your job as an academic. Okay, thank you for that. Her boss testified she had not lost any opportunities. In fact, she had been promoted probably multiple times since these videos. So my question to you was, are you aware that she has not lost any professional opportunities? Mr. Crone, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the extent it misstates the prior testimony and is argumentative. The court, I'm going to sustain that objection. TikToker, you're summarizing the testimony and it may or may not be exactly accurate. And this witness wasn't here for that testimony. So if you could rephrase your question. TikToker, okay? The court, I'll sustain that objection. TikToker, so far, the evidence shows that Professor has published work, been promoted, has the upper support of her colleagues and friends and family. With that being said, what is your opinion on a person who has not suffered any damages thus far, but in the future could? Can you explain how a person can go from no damages as it pertains to an online statement and then in 100 years suddenly be damaged? Mr. Crone saying, objections, Your Honor. The court, I'm going to sustain the objection again. TikToker, you are summarizing, attempting to summarize evidence in the record. If you'll just ask this witness what her personal knowledge is or what opinion she might have if someone had not suffered, a job loss or some professional consequence. TikToker, okay. How long does it take for a person's reputation to be damaged after an online statement and subsequent suffering to their professional career? See, that's a good question. Like, I know she can ask them, but, it can be pretty quick, fairly quick. It can also take a little bit of time depending on the platform on which it was issued. And the damage could, and as a general rule, not specific to this case, but as a general rule, damage can range anything from an embarrassment to losing their job. So it's quite a wide range that damage can cause. Would you say, from your perspective, that Professor Schofield had the support of the academia community that you were speaking of regarding the rumors? Answer, I cannot in good conscience say yes or no to that because I was not on campus. I'm retired. I retired in 2019. I've not been on campus since that time, so I don't know what the universal attitude at the University of Idaho was. See, and that's the thing. Like, I think this line of questioning should have been more for, like, the dean or mainly the dean. I mean, the general counsel maybe, but I don't know if he was actually on campus during that time. But the dean would know, and he could tell you, how the climate was, how it affected her, what the universal attitude was at the time. And I think picking a witness that wasn't there, and and maybe it's just me being me, and maybe I'm reading into stuff, but I've seen it with a lot of other cases where it's like, here, let's pick the witness that can't give us an answer that we don't like. And I see that a lot with lawyers too, where they'll find a witness and they'll be like, oh, um, this witness isn't like a scope of what we need, so we're going to ask them the questions even though we had the perfect witness a few people back, but we just didn't want the answers that they might give us. And I could be wrong. Again, I don't know. But I don't know. Something my opinion, but would you say from your perspective that Professor Schofield had the support of the academia community that you were speaking of regarding the rumors? I cannot in good conscience say yes or no or retired. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. So the rumors that you were stating that Professor had been threatened, you heard from where? That it came from people that I was having coffee with or in discussions with for my own research. You said it was in the community of academia, correct? Yes, they are academic friends that work for the University of Idaho. Some work for the University of Idaho. Some work for Washington State. You stated that online statements could cause a person to lose the trust of administration, colleagues, grants, funds, departments, etc. Are you aware? I'm going to phrase this so that I don't get objected to. That was not needed. If a person has not lost the trust of their administration, if a person has not lost the support of their boss, missed any opportunities for grants, funds, after an online statement, let's say 3 years later, what could trigger any future damages within the next 100 years? Oh, student gossip, flat and simple. I remember when she said this, uh she she immediately perked up. She's like, "Oh, student gossip." Like you could tell the moment she answered this, she immediately was like, "Oh, I got you." It's student gossip. Because I think later on she talks about how something affected her work and it was like student gossip that kind of affected her work. But it was just so funny to see her, like, the moment she asked this question, she's like, "Oh, student gossip." Like, just immediately. Um, it's called Ask Whose Job It's Not. Yeah, I just, and I get why people do it, but I also am like, that's so, it's very frustrating. We're like, seeing it from a layperson's point of view where I'm like, you had the perfect witness a couple days ago. Like, why are you not asking them that? Anyway, yeah, it's crazy. Um, but oh, student gossip, flat and simple. Do you know what happened to so and so? That is not uncommon. Students, bless their hearts, love to gossip, and it's a common thing. So that would be the first thing that comes to my mind. Student gossip. You said that their work in academia was reviewed by peers. Does that include students? No. So how would alleged student gossip in the future impact in academics work? Oh, student gossip would mean that the students would stop taking the professor's class, or that, they would basically build up. I don't know how to say this. They would basically get their friends to say, oh, let's not take that professor, or, let's make fun of that professor. It is not uncommon for students to either build their own website or develop a social media page somewhere where they're making fun of that professor. I've had it happen to me. I've had other people have it happen to them. And then they go to ratemyprofessors.com and make all kinds of remarks on that website, which can be damaging to someone. So, yes, students can actually create a great deal of difficulty for faculty. Um, you ask someone who wouldn't be able to give you the answer to show kind of that there is some uncertainty about it. Yeah, uh, yeah, I could see that. It always, and I mean, maybe this is just a me thing, but I feel like a lot of people in the court system, and I'm not saying like lawyers specifically, but I'm saying anyone who either like represents themselves or lawyers who represent clients or anything of that nature, I feel like sometimes they think that jurors or observers are stupid to this. Like, I feel like sometimes they think that, I don't know, I feel like sometimes they think that we just don't understand certain things. And it's like, I mean, for me, I'm in this realm. So for me, it would be like, well, you're asking the wrong person, and then I would note down like, I wonder why they're asking the wrong person this question when they had the perfect person a few days ago. And maybe an average person doesn't fully know or think about that in that context, but I feel like for instance with these jurors, they all seemed like they had very good heads on their shoulders. They seemed very professional. And for me, when she was asking certain questions, I wouldn't even look at her or the witness. I would look at the jurors because it was so odd to watch. And there were I think there was a few times, even with the lawyers, that I would look at the jurors instead of like at the witness and the lawyer because it was just one of those questions where you were like, oh, they can't think that we're that stupid, right? And I would look and you would see the jurors, and sometimes they would have, you could see kind of involuntary reaction, I guess, because for one of them, I don't even remember. Um, it's you could tell that one of the questions that was asked, you saw like just some weird facial expressions across the people in the audience, and then you could see that there was just some uncomfortableness all of a sudden in the room, and it was just because of the line of questioning. And you knew across the board in your own brain, you're like, well, if this is making me uncomfortable, I can only assume it's going to make the jury uncomfortable, or the professor uncomfortable, or the TikToker uncomfortable. And maybe it didn't, but you could see, at least in the gallery, how uncomfortable everybody was. And like, there was one person in particular. I watched I watched her face a lot, and she she does what I do. She looked down, and I was like, "Oh, she's about to make a face." And she would, and she'd make this weird face, and she would hide her face on purpose so like people couldn't see it, like the jury and everything. And then she'd look back up and like go more neutral and look back up. But you, like, whenever I felt something like uncomfortable or like a weird, I knew it was like almost subconscious reaction. I'd look to her immediately and watch her. So yeah, it was, and yeah, I just think that sometimes they think that we don't clock it, when it's like, no, I clocked it, and I wish you would remember that I'm not stupid. I guess is the right phrase, because it's like, no, I know you had a better witness a couple days ago. Why didn't you ask this? And I think that's the hard part about jury selection right now too, is like, they a lot of people watch crime or true crime or something of that nature, or is very engrossed in social media. And I just think that people don't really clock it or realize it, or lawyers do, but they try to still pretend that people are stupid. I don't know. It's a weird, and again, my opinion, but it's just a weird thing to read or see or anything of that nature. But yeah. Um, Question: are you aware of any students who made websites against taking classes with the professor? Answer: I am not personally aware, no, but I'm saying it can happen. Question: are you aware of any students who refuse to take in classes? No, but again, as I said, I'm retired and I'm not in the student population anymore. See, and I feel like this line of questioning would have been really good for the dean. Like, hey, did you see anything pop up or happen, or did her normal numbers decrease or something? But she's asking the wrong person again. Um, Question: so your statements today are speculative? No, they're from my own experience. From your experience, do you mind sharing your experience? My experience of having a student develop a website against me? Yes. A student got caught plagiarizing, and I gave them a 0 grade for plagiarism. That student was angry because they didn't like being caught, so they developed a website and got some of their friends together to sign a petition saying that I was a terrible professor. My dean looked at it, the director of my department looked at it, brought me in, talked with me, brought the students in, talked with them. And when it came down to basically me zeroing out a student's grade on a particular assignment because they had plagiarized it, everything was dismissed. That's my experience. Um, and in your experience, everything was dismissed. Did it impact your career? It did cause problems for me, for at least 3-4 years, because some students would say, "Oh, she's so tough, don't even think about plagiarizing in her class." Personally, I thought it was a good thing, but don't plagiarize. But it did create some issues for me down the road. Yes. Um, so the issues that it created for you, did it begin immediately after the website and continue on to the next 3 years, 4 years, 3 or 4 years? Yes. So from your experience, after a student makes a statement online or a student develops a web page, that this hasn't happened, but we're just playing pretend right now, it can immediately and will immediately have an impact on your career and continue for the next 3-4 years, and possibly longer. It depends on how egregious it is. When I retired, one of the things that students said to me was, "Phew, now there's not going to be anybody so concerned about plagiarism." And I know it was a joke, but it was something that carried on. And by the way, that case with me happened in 2013. Are you aware that despite it being 3+ years after the online statements I made, that did not happen to Professor? I'm sorry, what was the question? I didn't understand. Are you aware that there are not any student websites bashing Professor due to my statements? Mr. Crone, objection, Your Honor, in terms of relevance and outside the scope. Dr. Talent is here as an expert witness, not as a fact witness. We've been trying to give TikTokers some leeway here, but it's been going on for quite a while. The court, I'm going to overrule the objection. TikToker, would you like me to answer? I'm not aware, but again, I'm outside of academia now. So your expert testimony is not based on any facts, is that correct? That's not true. My expert testimony is based on facts that I have experienced them in my 50+ year career. So your facts are not directly related to this specific case, is that correct? Yeah, I remember her starting to get really combative during this point. I couldn't see the reason why. I still don't see the reason why. Like, you asked her all the questions, now you're just going in circles. I would just end the questioning here. You're asking me questions about Professor that I have no knowledge. So that would be a yes, correct. I disagree. I would say that that is a mute point because I have no knowledge. You have no knowledge on the facts of this case. Is that correct? I have no knowledge of what you asked about Professor in the last few years in terms of student reaction. You have no knowledge. What damages do you have knowledge of that Professor experienced? I do, Mr. Crone. Your Honor, objection again in terms of relevance and being outside the scope and really outside the purpose of Dr. Talent's testimony today. The court, I will give you some leeway on redirect, but TikToker has asked questions that I think she's entitled to ask, but she may have opened a door for you to ask other questions on redirect. Mr. Crone, thank you, Your Honor. The damage to Schofield, as I saw it, and this is my opinion, is that it caused her stress, caused her strife. It caused, tremendous emotional upset, if not physical upset, at what would happen if you had been defamed. And I can see, and I do know that, she did suffer from the stress of having to deal with the being defamed in public, in such a public form as TikTok. Oh, great. By TikToker, Dr. Talent, are you a medical doctor? No, I'm not. Dr. Talent, are you a psychiatrist? No, I'm not. Dr. Talent, can you diagnose Professor with any physical or mental illness? I cannot diagnose, but I can observe. Oh, your testimony today was your quote unquote expert testimony today was for media and that impact. Is that correct? That is correct. I have a question regarding that nuclear reactor plant. You said that it took about 100 years or so for them to rebuild their reputation. Is that correct? It took from 1979 until the plant was closed in 2019. What happened? Is that the case? And I briefly read about it that people were killed on like a nuclear plant due to something like that. Can you explain that? It's a nuclear meltdown, and the reporting at the time was focused very heavily on the fact that these are the things that happen in a nuclear reactor. These are the causes of the nuclear meltdown. These are the types of elements that are released into the air that can cause physical damage to human beings. Were human beings physically damaged in that nuclear plant's breakdown? That was 1979. I cannot remember if anyone was killed or injured. I do know that the nuclear meltdown did create, I understand that later people reported health issues because of the radioactive iodine that had been released into the air, but again, that was in 1979. I cannot remember the exact specifics of that case, but use it as an example, which I think this line of questioning is very good. I think picking apart something that isn't exactly related to what you're fighting on in a defamation case is very good, because if you don't have an exact example, at least in my eyes, then it's like, how do you know what damages to give or something of that nature? I think this was a very good example, but yeah, or a very good line of questioning. I used it as an overarching example of how long it can take for people to remember and not trust something. Was that a defamation issue, or was that an issue of public safety and nuclear plants causing mental, physical, whatever problems with people in the area? I was using it as an example of public relations and about how people's memories are long when it comes to issues that, tend to be negative as opposed to positive. Um, but my question was regarding the example that you chose to use, the nuclear plant. Was that an issue of defamation, or was that a public relations issue of people being concerned with nuclear waste and negatively impacted by that? It was a public relations issue, and I was using it as a public relations example. I'd like to get the answer to my question. That is the answer to your question. So it was, and then the reporter was like, "Hey, stop talking over. I can't get it for the thing." So she interrupts. And then TikToker, "Were you done? I didn't know you weren't done." And then Dr. Talent, it was a public relations case of a public safety that shows the length of time that it takes people to remember when something happens. So correct, yes or no, it was not related to defamation. It was not related to defamation, but it was related to people's memories. TikToker, thank you. No further questions. The court, thank you. Mr. Crone, redirect. Mr. Crone, no, Your Honor. The court, may the witness be excused. Yes, Your Honor. The court, thank you. Dr. Talent, you may step down. Mr. Crone, call your next witness. And then Miss Olson, Your Honor, Professor calls Rebecca Bond. I'm going to step outside to see if she's here. The court, thank you. Oh, yeah, and then she goes, "One moment, Your Honor, that will give me enough time to lower the lectern after Mr. Crone was examining the witness." And Miss Pfeiffer, can we switch the evidence presentation system over to Miss Bibb's computer? You want to stretch up. And then they go into recess. All right, please be seated. All right, we call Ms. Bond. Yes, Rebecca Bond will be our next witness. Ms. Bond's going to come forward into the well, and then they go into direct examination. Okay, so to preface really quickly before we dive into this one, this one gets very spicy during TikToker's examination or cross examination. So I'm gonna preface this now because it's spicy. Please no name calling, please no anything in general. I made a lot of faces during this examination, and I'm sure a lot of other people did too. But especially once it gets to TikToker, it gets very interesting. And in my personal opinion, it got kind of rude. So just fair warning, it does get spicy after direct examination. So yeah. So direct examination was by Ms. Olson, and then it says, "Good morning, Ms. Bond. Good morning. Ms. Bond, what city do you currently live in?" "I practice and live in Idaho." "You practice and live in Moscow, Idaho." "Yes." "Where do you live before you moved to Moscow?" "I lived in Spokane, Washington, and that's where I was born. I'm from Washington State." "Ms. Bond, what work do you currently do?" "I'm sorry, say that again." What work do you currently do?" "I'm in private practice, psychotherapist." "How long have you been a psychotherapist in private practice?" "About 32 years." "As a psychotherapist in private practice, what does that mean you do?" "I do individual counseling for individuals that are 18 and above." "Do people sometimes then refer to you as a therapist or a counselor?" "Yes." "And I think you indicated you've been in the area of psychotherapy for approximately 32 years. Is that correct? Or is that right?" "Yes." "Have you always been in private practice?" "No, I have not always been in private practice. I graduated from Gonzaga University with my master's in counseling psychology in 1990, and then from there went into family services, which was a community-based counseling agency, and worked for a year. And there I worked with adults and children in groups, individuals, and marital counseling." What did you do after your work at family services in Spokane?" I did all counseling with children and adults. I did play therapy, that kind of thing. did you also, for a period of time, work at the Spokane Mental Health Center? Um, answer. From there, I worked at Family Services for a year, and then I went to Spokane Mental Health Center, and then was a county designated mental health professional. And for 5 years, I did assessments for suicide, homicide, and grave disability. I also facilitated voluntary and involuntary hospitalizations. So it's kind of trench work, actually. It was a good experience for me. When you worked at the Spokane Mental Health Center and worked on civil commitments, what was involved with that? I had to work very quickly, determine if the individual was safe for themselves, hurting themselves or someone else, or could take care of themselves. It was 24-hour. I worked graveyard, evening shift, day shift, went out with the police when necessary if there were weapons in the home. And so it was a major responsibility. I had to diagnose, of course, and do a full investigation, usually in the emergency room or in their home, and when or wherever they were. Sorry for talking over you. When you were doing that and doing that work and doing those sorts of diagnoses, did you often have to make decisions in a relatively quick, yes, period of time? Yes, very big decisions. Well, I took it very seriously and compassionately. When I had to write up a report and basically send them to the hospital's psychiatric unit at the Eastern State Hospital or Providence. So I didn't take it lightly, actually, but you have to. No one wants to be hospitalized, really. And so I had to do a very quick interview, really, and cover kind of all of the circumstantial evidence, I guess, if they were going to be a harm. And then after that, did you start your own private practice in Spokane? Yes. After working at the mental health center for 5 years, I was working with another two psychologists in private practice, yes, in Spokane. Um, Actually, I did kind of both. I married an individual who teaches at the University of Idaho, so moved there in 2013 when I was married. So, yes, psychotherapy, I did at the beginning some groups. I did behavioral education, psychoeducation, and stress management, and women's groups, and also individual counseling for adults. And what have you primarily focused on in your last 12 or 13 years in your private practice in Moscow? Individual work. I've not done any classes, so working with adults, a very full practice, full time, and doing a lot of individual work. There's a large diversity, I guess, um, population in Moscow. It's very interesting working with different cultures, and I basically did counseling. And you've mentioned that you graduated with your master's degree in counseling psychology from Gonzaga in 1990. Do you also hold any licenses or certification to be a counselor? Yes, I do. Well, I have a license both in Washington State and Idaho. I have clients in both. I guess I should add to, I did telehealth prior to the COVID lockdown. I did telehealth, so I did clients both in Washington and Idaho, and I'm currently licensed in both states. And what is that license called? It's kind of different in each state. It's basically mental health counselor. And so, Ms. Bond, in order to be a licensed mental health counselor in either Idaho or Washington, do you have to have any ongoing education or training in your field? Actually, you have to complete. Idaho is a little more strict as far as the continuing educational credits compared to Washington, but I usually do over the amount needed, which is 40 units a year. And are you current on your licenses in both Idaho and Washington? Yes. And on your continuing education credits? Yes. Ms. Bond, over the course of your, I think you said 32 years in private practice, or excuse me, 32 years as a counselor, do you have any idea how many adults you have provided counseling services? I wish I knew really a fair amount. I saw a lot of clients at Family Services, 8 people. It was a difficult job, 8 clients a day, 5 days a week. I've seen hundreds of clients and diagnosed and treated. Do you have any experience providing counseling in crisis situations? Yes, actually, crisis based care, trauma based care. Yes, I've had a lot of training at the mental health center level and in my private practice as well, PTSD. Yes. Have you ever provided something called crisis debriefing? Yes, I have provided crisis debriefing to organizations, companies where an employee has been injured or killed or some other kind of life transition. And so my job would be they would call me like the day before, 2 days before, and I would meet as a group and also individually to help debrief the situation. Ms. Bond, in your work as a therapist, is there a particular tool or method that you typically use to diagnose and treat your clients? Um, to diagnose, I follow the criteria in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the DSM-5. What tools do you use? What tools do you use to do that? Do you talk to them? Yes, talking therapy. I also administer assessments when necessary. It's helpful for treatment and diagnosis. And I think you indicated over the course of your work that you have identified and diagnosed people with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Is that correct? Yes. And have you sometimes used the tool to talk to initially make that diagnosis? Yes. That is the main tool I use, is talking. Ms. Bond, in the course of your psychotherapy private practice in Moscow, Idaho, did you treat Rebecca? Yes. Do you recall when you first met or first started providing treatment to Professor Schofield? I believe our first session was May 9th. She had called in the first part of January. My practice was full at that time. So I said, no, I'm not able to help you. And then I had a few spaces there in May, so I called her back to see if she was still in need. And was that May of 2023? Yes, it was in 2023. And did you begin working with Professor in May of 2023? Yes. Prior to that time, Professor reached out in January. And then when you eventually began treating her in May, did you know Rebecca Schofield? No, I didn't. Over what period of time or for how long have you been providing therapy services to Professor? Since May 9th up until current time. Do you recall how often or how regularly you would see her? How many times I've seen her? Or over what? How often would you see her? Was there a particular schedule? Usually twice a month, depending on her schedule and my schedule. Initially it was weekly, and then after a few months, because of Becca's, I call her Becca, busy schedule being here, we went to twice a month. And that seemed to be, she was very present, cooperative in session. I provided homework, so it seemed to suffice fine. Did what typically occurred during the sessions that you met with her? I'm sorry, what typically happened? How did they work? What happened when she arrived for a session? Did you talk with her? We would go over basically kind of check in, what I call a check in, see if there were any situations that had happened. I guess the highlights, the lowlights, what the current concerns are and thoughts. And that primarily concern talking with her. Yes. And approximately how long typically were those sessions? They would last 60 minutes. And did you make notes, progress notes to record what happened during those meetings? Definitely. I use Simple Practice. It's the software program I use. And so, yes, I do chart. Ms. Bond, I'm going to ask you some questions about your initial meeting with the professor in May of 2023. What was the first step of Professor Schofield? And you can call her Becca. I'll call her Professor. When she was going to be a new patient of yours, did she have to fill anything out? Yes, first of all, it's just, I think listening is a really important to create a safe atmosphere to develop that therapeutic trust, which is important. She filled out an intake before she came in, so I had a bit of an idea of what was going on. Oh, and so I had a little bit of an idea of what was going on. Sorry, I'm looking out the window because it's like getting darker. I'm like, oh god. Okay. If I could just, Miss Bond, you mentioned that intake questionnaire. And is it true that one of the questions on that questionnaire is what brings you to counseling at this time? Is there something specific, such as a particular event? Is that one of the questions you have? Yes, it was the TikTok situation. It was creating a lot of exposure. There already was safety fear in the community. Moscow is a small town. And so the thing that she identified in her intake questionnaire for why she was seeking your services was, yes, something about TikToks. Yes. Assistance and processing and coping basically with the TikTok. And then I think you said that she came in and the first thing you do is you talk and you get to know her. Is that right? Yes. And when you met with Professor, I think you said it was on May 8th or 9th of 2023. What was her initial complaint? Was it different from what she said in her questionnaire? No. Basically, she did a very good job with the questionnaire. I could tell it was done thoughtfully. Basically, I think first on the list was personal safety. Safety for her family and extended family. She had 2 young children at the time, and yes, and is married, or was and is married. And so safety was a concern. Emotional stability, that's something that we worked with. She exhibited signs of depression, anxiety, and obviously post traumatic stress. What signs of depression, anxiety, and post traumatic stress did she exhibit? I would say extreme fear, anxiety, lack of trust after being wrongfully accused of 4 homicides. It was traumatic, and I was able to be objective as possible. I was objective, but I was part of the community in Moscow, so I think the anxiety helping her to deal with the safety and intrusive thoughts about someone attacking her or her family. Did she report those? Yes. Intrusive thoughts to you? Yes, right off the bat. It was reported she would check the windows frequently and the locks to make sure that no one would break in as a result of continual TikTok online statements being made that were totally untrue, accusing her of, in some respect, being tied to the murders. Did she report whether she was having any difficulty sleeping? Yes, that was a major, it still is. Medication has been needed. At first, it was over the counter. As Professor was afraid, she wanted to be present for her children at night, and if someone did break in, she wanted to be there for them. So she was very cautious about antidepressants or sleep medication. But yeah, she came in and she had not slept. Continuous fatigue is one symptom that she did mention, definitely in her intake as well. Um, And the things that you've just described, you described many of those in your first session with her. Yes. And did she continue to report those symptoms over the period of the next 3 years? And yes, 2 years. Yes. And 9 months since you've been treating her. Yes. The court. Ms. Bond, if I could just ask you to try to wait until the question is complete so we can get. Oh, I'm sorry. The question and answer. I know. Okay. It's sometimes hard. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. You could tell she was a little hard of hearing with this one, but it was she and I guess this is like one of the things too. She seemed like a very likable witness. So I think later on with the cross it kind of got a little dicey because yeah, you'll see. And I'll try not to pause in the middle of my questions. That's probably causing the problem. Yes. When she was there for the first visit, did you make any observations about her, about any of her particular behaviors? This individual brief definitely showed all the signs, the criteria of PTSD. There was no question in my mind. And did she do anything? How was she in your office? Was she sitting still? How was she behaving? As expected, she was agitated, nervous. I think difficulty. She had no previous psychiatric history. It was difficult, I think, reaching out. But I think she knew that she needed the tools to work with to manage and to cope with the stress, anxiety, and depression. But it was not easy for her to reach out and to be sitting in my office. So, yeah, she presented with all the symptoms, met the criteria, and I was able to get that diagnosis within several days. And that's the diagnosis of PTSD disorder. Yes, correct. Yes. Did you provide treatment over the time that you had seen Professor? Yes, for her post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, yes, that was the treatment plan that I went over with the professor and would go over prior to seeing her in sessions. And I'm sorry, in particular, was there a kind of treatment you used called CBT? Yes. What is CBT? Okay, primarily it's cognitive behavioral therapy, which is the most popular modality used to treat PTSD and anxiety and depression. Basically, cognition. The cognitive means cognition or thought. Behavior is tied to the actions like sleep, exercise, diet, that kind of thing. So, yes, we needed to work with the cognitive behavioral therapy, which included some relaxation to help her with the stress and anxiety. I actually use what is called IFS, and I do IFS with EMDR. So, IFS is inner family system, and EMDR, I forget what EMDR stands for. Um, but pretty much IFS uses um, where you sit and you kind of like your sadness is a thing and you like break down why you feel sad about particular things or whatever. It's like they call them protectors and so on and so forth. And then you break down like what each feeling are and how it handles your system personally. And then EMDR is like rapid eye movement. They use lights and stuff to kind of try to help with PTSD. I know that EMDR helps a lot with PTSD, but I'm just now getting into EMDR because your girl got a lot of sadness in her body, so just trying to do other stuff before EMDR. Ms. Bond, you testified that you diagnosed Professor with PTSD within a few days or of that first meeting, and it was apparent and you could see it right away. Has your diagnosis of PTSD changed at all? No. In the time you've been seeing her? No. Is PTSD typically something that goes away? No. Over the time that you've been treating Professor, did you administer any testing instruments to assess her ongoing mental health conditions? Yes, I did. In April of 2024, did you administer something called the PHQ-9, right? What is that? That is commonly given to clients in psychotherapy to check for depression, basically, and some suicidal ideation. Is it also used to assess PTSD? There's an overlap. There's a specific assessment that I use several times for PTSD. Yes. And in that April of 2024 with the PHQ-9 test, did the results make you change a diagnosis at all with respect to whether Professor had PTSD? No. In August of 2025, did you administer another checklist or assessment of PTSD? Yes. What did you administer in August of 2025? Severe symptoms. What was the test that you administered in August? It was self-reported, which the PHQ is a self-report and the PTSD is as well. And for each question, such as, there were a number of questions that fit the criteria. She answered yes to just about all of them. And in looking at her responses on the PTSD checklist, was it consistent with what you've observed over the, by then, 2 years you've been treating her? Yes. Observations, effect, and talking with her? Yes. And it would worsen at times to seasonally. Let me stop you there for a second. You were talking about reporter interrupted. Oh, I think they were talking over each other, and that's why she said she interrupted. Let's see if I can remember it. I stopped you there when you talked about something happening seasonally. So when you're talking about something happening seasonally, were there were times when Professor's symptoms seemed to heighten or be triggered? Yes, to be honest with you, I said seasonally, but was not that was not primarily. It was the TikTok online nonstop over the years of treatment, basically saying that Professor was an accomplice, was connected to the murders, yes, and ongoing reporting on the TikTok online to thousands of individuals. And you would get your information about what was bothering Professor from Professor, right? Yes. And she was providing that information to you so that you could continue to diagnose and treat her. Is that right? Yes, that is correct. And was there a particular time of year each year where Professor reported symptoms that increased? Yes, and this is what I was referring to as far as seasonally. The times of the murder prior during the time, which I believe was November 13th and post, after the murders, that time of year of fall, which normally was a really happy time with two young children, but not so after the murders in November. About October through January is very difficult for Professor because it was the anniversary. And was it the anniversary also of her first learning about the TikToks? Yes. And is that one of the things she reported to you? Could you repeat that, please? Sure. When her symptoms would increase in that period of time? Yes. Did she? Yes, they would spike. She has a horrible habit of talking over. The PTSD diagnosis did not change her anxiety, yes, increased. And if I could just stop you, not only seasonally, if I could just stop you there. So my question is, when this would increase seasonally, did she also report that it was increasing seasonally because it was about the same time that the TikToks were first published? Exactly. I was going to add that. Sorry. No, that's okay. The TikTok, it was consistently numerous, I believe, through legal sources trying to get the individual involved in supplying the information to stop. It was nonstop, it was continual. She had an individual, I think, who read these, did not inform Professor at the time fully because of the feeling protective, but also wanting to keep kind of a record of what was going on through TikTok. But that was very upsetting to Professor because basically they were lies, they were not true, and they continued up until just recently. And are those things that she would relate to you that then you had to provide this either CBT or some other therapy to help her work through? Yes. Ms. Baum, based on your experience and training, will Professor continue to need mental health treatment? Yes. Why do you say that? Why do I say that? Oh, because PTSD, November will not end. The anniversary, living in Moscow, and actually it's yes, continued treatment will be necessary. Yes. Ms. Bond, when is the last time that you saw Professor Schofield? I believe it was about 2 weeks ago. And was she exhibiting the symptoms that you described throughout your testimony? Extremely, yes, very anxious, very stressed. Ms. Bond, is closure an issue for Professor? Say that again, please. Is closure an issue for Professor? To be honest, I don't think there is closure in this situation. Right, thank you, even with coping skills. Thank you, Ms. Bond. Court, TikToker, cross-examination. Yes, sir. Okay. Again, gotta preface this really, really quick. I know I said this like before, but it's gonna be kind of hard. The way she questions this witness is something. So no name calling, be respectful. And mind you, this particular witness was on, I think, for about 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours. Let's see here. I wanted to. So they took a recess and they entered back in the room on 9:16 a.m. So shortly thereafter, she started her or her direct. So, yeah, it's a long. It's gonna be a long one. Fair warning. Actually, I want to see something really quick. I'm gonna change screens really quick because I want to double check something. Let me look really quick. Sorry, I wanted to see if they go to a recess or not. Okay, yeah, they do later. But yeah, it gets spicy. Okay, so fair warning. Okay, so TikToker. Good morning, Dr. Bond. Is that how you say your name? Bone or Bond? There's no Dr. Master's level. Okay, so Mrs. Bond. What would you like me to call you? Ms. Bond is fine. Okay, Ms. Bond, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. You stated that during the time of the TikToks, that before the TikToks, the murders, that the community was feeling afraid. Can you explain that statement you made? Could you speak a little more clearly, please? You stated that you're part of the Moscow community, correct? Correct. Or yes. And you stated that during the time of November 2022, there was a feeling of fear in the community. Yes. Can you explain that? Well, at the time, the individual who did later confess to the killings, it was unknown for almost a month. And so the community as a whole, yes, it was very disconcerting, stressful, not knowing kind of who the murderer was. How did you feel during that time? How did I feel? Yes, I'd say it was a time where I really implemented what I teach, coping skills, watching my thoughts. This is what I hopefully taught professor to do. It was easy, I think, for my clients were extremely, they were upset. They were not accused of murdering, and they did demonstrate some stress as well as I did. Um, as a member of the community, when you heard about my TikTok videos, how did that make you feel? Ms. Olson, objection, Your Honor, relevance as to her reaction to the TikToks. That's beyond the scope. The court, I'm going to sustain the objection, TikToker, about how she personally felt about your TikToks. TikToker, well, she already stated that she's trying to be subjective, but she's having a hard time because she's part of the community in her testimony, which is why I asked her. If you could rephrase the question. TikToker, okay. You stated that in your treatment of for Professor, or as you say, Becca, you would try to remain subjective or objective, but it was hard because you were part of that community. Can you clarify or explain that, please? Actually, I did not treat or see Professor as a client any different than any other clients that I work with. I maintain objectivity. I've had to be very good at that. It was not difficult. I kept my own kind of stress. I mean, it was stressful. I wouldn't say it was extreme as far as I was very sad. I did not know any of the victims, but I knew that with TikTok, especially, untrue information was being passed on to thousands of people, and that it was extremely distressing to the professor and her physical safety ongoing. Even after the arrest and the confession of the murderer, the TikTok misinformation accusations continue, which did not help her PTSD at all. I feel very strongly about that. And I'll go back to that. I'll respond to that. But do you normally refer to your clients by Becca or nicknames? Is she really? I found it so funny that she like harped on this for a second. I was like, why does it matter? It's not a nickname. My name is Rebecca. I'm sensitive to if she right away made that clear that Becca was what I would be calling her. To me, yes, as a professional, she was doctor, she was chair. But when she walked into my room, she was a client, just like any other client walking into my room, therapy room. I treat and I do the best I can and maintain objectivity, which has not been difficult to do with my clients in confidentiality. Back to what you were stated regarding the reoccurring, you said TikTok videos. When you made that statement that the TikTok videos were continuous up until you said now, correct? To be honest with you, I don't have the date of the current status of TikTok, so I'd find that difficult to answer. Well, I'm just asking based on what you testified to. You testified that the TikTok videos continued over the years and ongoing. Did you say that? Yes, as far as I know, I believe that's a fact, that they continued the TikTok. Initially, Professor did receive death threats, questions from the staff she worked with and the students, the university, community members, which is actually one of the symptoms of PTSD, is avoidance, not wanting to talk about the trauma event. But yes, it was a fact that TikTok misinformation was continually, even through the murderer confessed. There was no connection to the murders. Oh, even through. Or through? Throw? No, I don't know. Did you view any of these TikTok videos, and did you witness any ongoing TikTok videos that allegedly happened, or is this just from the things that your client told you? Ethically, no. I do not Google my clients. Ethically, we are not to do that as psychotherapists. Yes, it was self-report. A suit was filed, as you do know, against defamation, and a guilty verdict was found. Thank you. And as far as I know, as best of my ability, it continued for years. You did not witness TikTok videos, but it is your perspective. They continued because that's what Professor told you, correct? Yes, the death threats. Did you witness Professor? Not in my receiving any. Did she provide you with anything or show you anything that she received death threats? I'm still to this day so confused on why she harped on these death threats, because she was told at the very beginning that for this particular one, because she was already found liable, it was just for damages. So I'm I'm so I'm just trying to figure out why she would have been so hung up on these. And maybe, maybe down the line when we get her first initial response to the appellate court, maybe I'll just state why. Because, like, I think it's what? I think June 20th, I think, is when her first initial um opening to the appellate court is. I think that's when it's due, is June 20th. But I'm just so curious, and I kind of wish she had spoken about it, on why she harped on this so much. Like, was it because she I yeah, I don't know, because you're already found liable, so it doesn't to me at least it doesn't matter. I mean, it could to other people, but to me it just doesn't matter. Okay. Sorry. I'm just I don't I don't know why she harped on this so much. Um she demonstrated anxiety, fear, safety issues based on what had been said to her online, what had been said about her, how um that Harv guy, maybe she's gauging how much influence she has over her followers. Maybe? I don't know. Cuz cuz here's my thing, and maybe it's just because of where I live and what what I view on a daily basis or something of that nature, but like if someone said that they were receiving death threats, I wouldn't be shocked, especially for something like this where you're accusing someone of murder. I would not be shocked, honestly. I would be shocked if you didn't receive death threats. People get death threats for literally posting online about their children, like, or posting online about something they're doing. Like, I'm going to Walmart to buy blah, blah, blah. And then someone's like, go kill yourself because that's the wrong detergent. Like, and that obviously that's like a joke, but I've seen people get death threats for stupid reasons. And I'm just like, why? What is the point of that? But I don't know. And maybe she's trying to gauge on how much influence she had or has. I'm I would be curious to see who is still supporting her. I really want to see if there's anybody still supporting her, because I would be very curious as to what their points are for this counter for this lawsuit and stuff. But anywho, um, do not go looking for, as a therapist, information regarding my clients and what they report. So the death threats were self-reported but not verified, correct? I did not see the statements made. No. Do you see evidence that a statement was made, like an email? No. So you took her word for it. Yes. I'm sorry. Say that again. You took Professor Schofield's word for receiving death threats, correct? There were safety issues involved because the public wanted to know who the murderer was. These were gruesome murders, and there were 4 of them in a small town, sleepy town, Moscow. No. I did not see the death threats, but I definitely could see and understand, best of my ability, why Professor was feeling unsafe just for herself and her family. Just to clarify, I just wanted to know if the death threats that you said that you testified to Professor receiving was self-reported and you accepted that as true. Is that correct? That's right, self-reported. Thank you. So, I'm just and I get why they had to have the therapist come in and talk, because of her saying of the mental illness and all that stuff, mental health. But while I get her line of questioning of being like, well, you just had to trust your client, as someone who goes to therapy, um that's literally their whole job. is to just trust what you're saying, verify what, like, they don't verify, they just trust what you're saying and try to help you work on that issue. So to be untruthful in a therapy session is wild, for one. And two, I'm very curious to know if TikToker goes to therapy, because I feel like some of her questions is she doesn't understand how therapy works or anything of that nature. And maybe she does, and like maybe she goes through the VA. And if that's the case, the VA therapy system is vastly different. Um Not vastly different. It's still pretty much the same, but they use a lot of this stuff um like for my PTSD. They have a lot of information on what caused your PTSD because they have access to those records, because that's how you got your disability. So I think that's more so where she's at, where it's like, well, I go to the VA and they know because of X, Y, and Z, I have this, 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 and this. But as someone who has been through the system of the VA, um, I would say personally, and this is my own personal opinion, that sometimes private practices are a little better at diagnosing than the VA, because the VA, most of the time, especially when you're trying to get disability, they see you one time and it's everything you spew out to them. So anything you've ever done, and you say, I've been through X, Y, and Z, and then this happened, and then this happened, and this happened, and this has caused blah, 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 blah to me. And they go, okay. And that's it. So for her to sit there and be like, well, you didn't verify, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, it's kind of diminishing her also going and getting her disability, because other than the VA just making sure you were in service on this specific place that you said you were, they don't really check anything else. So so I think it's kind of funny. And I may be misstating on the VA, but my experiences with them are, I go in, I spew whatever's bothering me about what's going on, and then a few months later, they tell me what disability rating I have. So, and that's about it. They don't really do anything else other than just verify that I was in the service. So, her saying all this, I think, is kind of funny, especially when she also relies on that to get her disability, to get her help, and so on and so forth. But anywho, you stated that you testified that professor had questions from staff. Can you clarify that statement? Say that once more, please. Please clarify your statement that professor, around the time you testified about the death threats, you also said that she was questioned by her staff. Clarify that. Maybe I was wrong. Can you clarify that statement you made? I think Professor, okay, as best as I can recall, yes, Professor was asked about this, the murder situation, if she was connected, if she had known the students that were involved in the murders, and as best as I know, Professor did follow all of the protocol with the police and that kind of thing. There was no investigation. The university, it's understandable, I think. Yes, I believed Professor when she would say students, community members, and staff that she worked with, yes, would ask her about the case. Um, Clarify, they asked her. Did they ask her about the civil case that she filed, or were, were there issues from the TikTok videos and they questioned her? I'm just trying to clarify. You said questions from staff. Were the questions from her colleagues about the civil case she filed, or were the questions about her involvement with the murders? Is it true? Please clarify that. I find this confusing a little bit. I don't think it's clear. Let me make it clear for you because it's your statement. No, it's not. I'm asking about your statement and I'm confused about your statements. The questions from staff, can you clarify that? You said that. Her statement wasn't okay. All of my sessions are self-reported. It was confirmed. The criteria for PTSD was confirmed and verified. Depression and anxiety was verified. What I was seeing and hearing from Professor, the PTSD was verified through her report and was confirmed through the assessments that I made. So you're unclear about the questions from staff. I was not with Professor 24 hours a day. So what I can say is that based on Professor's reports, yes, I was not present, nor would I be expected to be present, to be honest, when these comments were made. It was just a reminder between the community asking Professor because she had been accused so publicly, and the ongoing TikTok wrongful accusations continued that, yes, she was questioned by people that cared for her, and the people wanted to know that had their own issues of safety and stress, wanted to understand what was going on. So it's understandable that she would be probably questioned. I don't know if that clarifies. Do you know who questioned her at work? I'm sorry, do you know who questioned Professor at work? No specific information really is needed or necessary in my opinion. Thank you. You took her word for it, is that correct? I go by self-report, just as all my clients I do in my assessments and my experience, which is extensive in diagnosing and active listening. Yes, that's what I go by. Are you retired now or are you currently working? Sorry if I missed that. If you already testified to that, I'm sorry to say that again. Are you currently working or are you retired? I'm in the process of retiring, yes, after 32 years. I'm 73 years old. Yes, I think it's about time that I kind of enjoy other aspects of my life. Yes, I'm in the process of retiring. Can you tell me more about the PHQ-9? It's a patient questionnaire and self-report tool for PTSD, and you said there were other self-report tools that you use for diagnosis. Is that correct? Self-reporting information, the questionnaires that I used, there were 3 of them, are all self-report. There's no diagnostic tool, instrument, MRI scan that will confirm the diagnosis. It has to be, from my experience, the criteria of the DSM-5, which I go by, and self-report, yes. Do you recall what Professor reported on the self-reported patient health questionnaire? I'm sorry, this is not a clear question to me. When you diagnosed Professor with PTSD based on the self-reported questionnaire, do you recall what was on it? Ms. Olsen, I object, misstates the evidence. The initial diagnosis was not based on the questionnaire. TikToker, okay, let me rephrase the question. TikToker, what was the initial diagnosis based on the initial diagnosis of PTSD? Okay. The initial diagnosis was made, first of all, on my experience as a therapist, 32 years. I've seen a number of PTSD clients. Her self-report and talking, that is the main tool I used, is talking with clients, and the assessments that I've provided definitely confirmed as well. The criteria for PTSD includes, I think you were asking this, intrusive thoughts about the event, reminders of how that can be upsetting. We can get to that. Can I stop you there? You're going into another question. Can we go back to the question that I asked on the initial diagnosis of PTSD for Professor? I just got an objection that said it wasn't based on a self-reported tool, but then you said it was based on self-report and talking with clients. Please clarify what tools or what made you diagnose Professor with PTSD initially. Initially, yes, I used self-report, which was said answering questions. I'm very good at asking questions. You have to be, it's a skill I've developed over the years, specific questions. The PTSD diagnosis is not something that's impulsively done. She fit the criteria as far as her self-report. The assessments I made confirmed the diagnosis, and I've diagnosed hundreds of people. So I guess I've said this before. I did the best I could. In my professional opinion, I have no doubt. Thank you. So the answer to the question was self-report and talking. Is that correct? Yes. You stated you're familiar and you work with the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria guide. Is that correct? Yes. How often do you use the DSM-5 in your work in the past? You said 30 years. In every diagnosis. Every diagnosis, you follow the DSM-5 for every diagnosis. Is that what you just said? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say that again. clarify that did you say that you use the DSM-5 in every diagnosis that you've made? I have to diagnose because, especially, well, even if their insurance or if they're paying out of pocket, yes, it has to be medically necessary. Yes, the diagnosis. There always is a diagnosis as part of the treatment plan, objective goals. The diagnosis is not just for insurance purposes, it is needed, but it also helps guide my treatment plan. How often do you deviate from the standards and the guidelines and suggestions of the DSM 5 diagnosis criteria for PTSD? How often do you deviate? Do you deviate? Have you ever had a case where no? Do I deviate from the diagnostic criteria in the DSM 5? No. Yes, ma'am. No. TikToker may present defense exhibits, number 501. Can you identify that for the record? For the record, it's the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for PTSD. It is from the National Library of Medicine, but also the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, DSM-5. I think she can certainly use it to examine Professor or examine Ms. Bond, but I don't think it needs to come in as exhibit. So yes, if she's going to use it to question her about it, it's fine. I would like to introduce it as an exhibit. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit defendant's exhibit 501. May I present it to the jury? You may publish it. Publish. Miss Bond, I'm saying that right. Yes. Do you recognize exhibit 501 as it is stated on the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for PTSD? Yes, I'm familiar with the criteria for PTSD. Okay. And then I have it pulled up. Hold on. Bloop. Okay. Maybe. Oop. Ah, come on. Really? Why you gotta be a jerk? Okay. So, I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller so you can kind of see. So, for those of you who do not know what the DSM-5 is, this is the DSM-5. So, it is used to help therapists and counselors and everything in between diagnose for PTSD. So, as it says, like the following criteria apply to adults, adolescents, children older than 6 years old. And then you need a special one for under 6. So, she will go through, fair warning, she will go through and harp on all of these. So, I'm not going to go immensely into it because she will go line item by line item. Don't y'all worry. But I thought it'd be cool to pull this up and kind of talk about it a little bit. So, for those of you who have not gone to therapy or not been diagnosed with PTSD or anything of that nature, this is one thing that they use out of a whole slew of other things that they use. So, just because, and I will say this because it'll be harped on, just because you don't fit into one specific chunk does not mean you don't have PTSD. It just means that your PTSD is assessed differently. So, for clarification, you can have PTSD and not meet every single thing in the diagnostic criteria, because I want to say, and I could be very wrong, but there's like a multitude of different things to be to use to diagnose PTSD. This is just a snippet, a page of it. So, just for everybody's little clarification, because I feel like someone didn't get that clarification. So, okay. So she has her start reading through the DSM-5. So exposure to actual and she's going, oh, dang it. But she's going on based off of like, so like the main chunk and then the ABC. She's going like A, B, C, and she's having her read letter A, which is exposure to actual threatened death, serious injury, directly experiencing the traumatic event. Ma'am, I can read it to you. Is that okay? Yes. she got very condescending with her. It was kind of, in my opinion, it was kind of getting rude towards the end of it. I was just like, there's no reason for you to be this rude to someone who's just here because she was called. Um, the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for PTSD. Ms. Bond, do you recognize that it says exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways? Just stop there. Do you recognize that it says that? Do you acknowledge? Based on the, especially on the TikTok experience, yes. Number 4, experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to adverse details of the traumatic event. Ms. Bond, she was accused. Can we go one at a time? I'm sorry. Can we just go one at a time? I'll ask you further questions afterwards, but can we go through this one at a time so the jury can see it? To read number 4, A, letter A. I read it to you. You read it as well. Letter A. Can you state it again? Exposure to actual threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways. And can you read number 1, directly experiencing the traumatic event? Did professor in my TikTok videos directly experience death, actual death, serious injury, threatened death, or sexual violence from my videos? Yes, she experienced repeated exposure to the details of the deaths involved, yes. Ms. Bond, as it pertains to the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students, am I responsible for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students? Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. Sustained. Ms. Bond, don't answer that. The objection's sustained. Okay. The TikTok videos, you said Professor Schofield directly experienced exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. How did she directly experience actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence? This is a unique case. I feel there were 2 crimes involved, the murders, and they're both connected, and the repeated TikTok misinformation to thousands of people. So experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to adverse details, yes. We're not there yet. We're just on number 1. So the answer would be no for that number 1 because you keep going to number 4. Please clarify number 1. Did professor directly experience the traumatic event of death, serious injury, or sexual violence? She was not present when the murders took place. No. Ms. Bond, do you realize that this civil case is about TikTok videos and not actually about the murders? Ms. Olson, objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. The court. I'm going to ask counsel and TikToker to please approach. And then we're to the sidebar. I remember when this sidebar happened, we were all staring at each other like, what in the hell just happened? Because it was like escalated out of nowhere. So we were very confused on what just happened. So the court. Ms. Bond has twice referred to guilty verdict and now the fact that there were 2 crimes, the murders and false statements. I'm concerned that the jury may believe that there's something else beyond the civil case based on that. So I'm going to ask you to redirect to cover that to go ahead, Miss Olson, Your Honor. I'm not sure she actually knows the difference, and this is the information that TikToker has elicited on cross-examination. The court, yes, but she volunteered that twice, so I'm going to ask you on redirect examination to make sure that you clarify with her that any reference to a guilty verdict or a crime that it relates to defamation, that she understands that it's just involved in this civil case. Ask her if she understands it's involved in this civil case, and does she have any basis of saying that there is any criminal involvement here? Ms. Olson, I don't know what her answer to that will be because I don't think that she understands the difference. The court, would you like me to instruct the jury when she's done then that there's no evidence in this record of any criminal violations as it relates to TikToker? Ms. Olson, I may ask her some questions to clarify her understanding, Your Honor, but these are questions that TikToker is asking. There was none of that elicited on direct. The court and TikToker is asking proper questions as it relates to her diagnosis of PTSD, asking her to interpret the criteria of the DSM manual and she's not being very responsive to those questions. So it's a little difficult here. So I'm going to give her leeway to continue to ask questions as it relates to the diagnosis because that goes directly to the damages in this case. Ms. Olson, I think she can ask her questions then about the diagnosis, but what she's asking her are questions like, I'm sorry if I'm pointing. She just asked her, for example, about, does she know facts around the underlying case? She doesn't know facts about the underlying case. What she knows is that she's been told by professor and how she reacts to all of that. So when she asks her those questions, she's asking a lot of questions that are well beyond the scope of any direct examination and asking questions about what she knows about the facts of the case, the court. I think she was trying to get, we don't need to discuss this too much longer, but I think she was trying to get at whether the diagnosis was based on simply self-reports of your client or any other information. I think she did that as well as she could given the responsiveness of the witness. She's now into how she diagnosed PTSD and the criteria that she used, and I'm hoping she can be a little more responsive to those questions. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I think part of the problem is she is 73 years old and she's nervous. The court, I completely understand that, and that's why she kept answering your questions before you finished. Ms. Olson, and TikToker is being argumentative. I would ask that the court show some grace to the witness as it's showing to TikToker. The court, and I did. I sustained your argumentative objection last time, and I will continue to monitor that. TikToker, do you have anything to respond to what I'm saying? TikToker, I understand what you're saying. The court, and you are free to ask her questions about the diagnosis. I'd counsel you not to ask her to read from it. Maybe you read and ask your questions. I think that would go. TikToker, my concern was if I read it, would it be a part of the jury or the court? No, it's in the record. It's been admitted as an exhibit, so you can read from it and then ask her a question about it. Ms. Olson, she also, I don't think, hears very well, which I think is part of the problem. The court, I understand that, and I know we have a witness who's of some age and is having some difficulty tracking. So we're going to try to address that, but I do want you to address, or I can do it just in instruction however you wish. Ms. Olson, I'll probably ask her some questions, Your Honor. The court, okay, the reason I say this is because I noticed some furrowed brows with the jurors when a guilty verdict was mentioned, and I don't want to leave any impression with this jury. End of sidebar. Okay. And then back to open court. So the court, all right, TikToker, you may continue your cross-examination. Please clarify, Ms. Bond. Yes, Professor Schofield did not experience, in your assessment of her, directly experience actual death, threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. Is that correct? She was not present when the stabbings took place. She was not present at the location. That isn't my questions. Just to clarify, will be about the TikTok videos, not about the unfortunate murder of the 4 students. Do you understand that? This is my interpreted through my experience. She meets the criteria in my mind, in my experience, in the DSM-5, in the assessments, and in the self-report. Let's go back to, I believe this question was objected to, but I want to clarify again another word. When you were doing your reporting or assessment of Professor Schofield and diagnosing her with PTSD, were you influenced or thinking about the traumatic event of the murder of the 4 students? Was I influenced? Was that a part of your thought process when diagnosing Professor? No. TikToker, when I was asking you questions today regarding the diagnostic criteria, and you refer to the murder of the 4 students, is that impacting the way you answer my questions? Answer, I'm sorry, please repeat that. I do think this chunk of questioning was done very well. I wish she had gone more clinical with this part and just stayed on the clinical. But again, like I've said, I think she gets so wrapped up in like what's going on with herself that she just doesn't know what to do sometimes or like how to feel when it's a back and forth. Okay, TikToker. Okay, when I'm asking my questions regarding the TikTok videos and your assessment of PTSD and connecting PTSD to the TikTok videos that I posted, are you considering also the murder, I can understand, of the four students? That the electric or electronic media, I understand that unless it is work related. We're not there yet, Ms. Bond. We're only on number one. We're trying to get past number one, and number one, I asked you the diagnostic criteria, which is exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. Based on your assessment of Professor and when you diagnosed her, did she experience directly death, sexual violence, or serious injury? Yes or no? Yes. How did Professor, as it pertains to this civil case of a TikTok video, experience direct death, serious injury, or sexual violence? Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the form of the question. Her diagnosis is based not on the civil lawsuit, but it is based on her treatment of Professor and things that Professor discussed with her, not this existence of the civil lawsuit. The court, you can rephrase the question and just ask it again, TikToker. Um, You answered yes to the DSM-5 diagnostic, right, for PTSD number one. And by yes, you stated that the professor directly experienced the traumatic event of actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. So my question to you was, what event did Professor Schofield experience? I'm sorry. Why did you say yes? She meets the criteria. Yes, she was experiencing. Yes, there's just one thing that is needed here, okay? And yes, she experienced repeated. She was not present. This is true at the time of the stabbings, but there was misinformation. TikTok in itself is not bad. It's not enough for a PTSD diagnosis. But what is being said, especially murder, a quadruple murder homicide, yes, is damaging to all the people that have reached thousands, at least 2 million people. Um, Thank you. Let's clarify your statement. You said TikTok is not enough for a diagnosis of post traumatic stress disorder. Is that correct? That's in itself a statement. Did it? Reporter interrupted because they were talking over each other. Um, TikToker, go ahead. Your turn. Sorry. Go ahead. It's your turn. I'm not intending to disrespect you in any way. I respect you in your work. I'm just asking questions for the facts for the jury. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm going to eject and move to strike. TikToker is testifying from the lectern. Um, TikToker, she's troubled. That's why the court overruled. TikToker, you're just here to ask questions, not to narrate. The TikToker, yes, sir. The court, you can ask your next question. Um, TikToker, so the answer was yes to that last question. TikTok is not enough for a PTSD diagnosis. That can be interpreted. It depends on how you're interpreting it. Okay, I trust my judgment. She fit the criteria. Her self report fit. She has PTSD. I have absolutely no doubt about that. Okay, let's. We'll continue on with the list because you said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said it can be one or more of the number of letter A, correct? So it doesn't have to be one, two, three, and four. It could just be one. Is that correct? You don't have to be physically present in order to fit the diagnosis. Really directly experiencing the traumatic event can be interpreted in I trust my diagnosis. I don't know. Specifically to TikTok, repeated accusations is experiencing repeated harm physically, mentally, psychologically, emotionally. Let's move on to number two. I'm sorry. Are you ready to move on to number two? I'll read it to you. Is that okay? Number two. Are we talking about B? We're still, um, witnessing on A, witnessing one at a time. The court one at a time. TikToker, we're still on A, Ms. Bond. The court, let's do this. Let's take our mid morning break now and we'll resume. The witness, let's do the court, the testimony in approximately 20 minutes. The jurors can be excused and they exited on 10:27 a.m. Um, the court, Ms. Bond, you may step down and you can go to the witness room if you wish. Please be seated. TikToker, I'm going to grab this from up here. The court, Ms. Bond, if you'll retire to the witness room. All right, we're going to take our mid-morning recess. I want to try to get our arms around the testimony and try to make that the questions are as precise as they can be so that the witness can fully understand them. I will direct the witness as necessary to listen carefully to the question and answer it, knowing what we discussed at sidebar. But try, TikToker, to ask as precise a question as you can, as short of a question as you can. I think you'll have better luck getting the answers that you're asking about. TikToker, yes, sir. The court, Ms. Olson, anything that you want to raise at this point? Ms. Olson, no, Your Honor. Thank you. The court, all right. TikToker, TikToker, no, sir. The court, all right. We'll take our 20-minute break. Let's come back at 11:15. They took it until about 10:45, and the following took place outside the presence of the jury. The court, all right, please be seated. First, I want to take a matter as it relates to the observers in the gallery. I just want to remind members of the public in gallery you're permitted to have laptops, cell phones in the courtroom. However, you're not permitted to record any of the proceedings or to take any photographs inside the courtroom. Please don't have your cell phone up high so that either the witness or the members of the jury may think that you're doing that. So please keep that low and do not do either of those two things. Ms. Bond, if you'll resume the witness stand. Ms. Bond, I spoke with counsel and TikToker, and I asked TikToker to try to ask shorter, more precise questions. I know that testifying is nerve-wracking, and sometimes it's difficult to be on the same page with somebody who's cross-examining you. Through no fault of yours and through no fault of the questioners, sometimes ships are just passing in the night. But I want to make sure that TikToker asks shorter, more precise questions, and if you can do your best to try to listen carefully to the question, answer the question that's been asked, either with a yes or a no, and then you have every opportunity to explain yourself if you wish. And also know that Attorney Olson will have the opportunity on redirect examination to have you explain any of your answers further that she wishes you to explain further. But I want to make sure that TikToker's asking a precise question and you're giving a precise answer to that question so that the jury can follow it best. All right? Any questions on that? The witness, no, thank you. The court, all right. Ms. Olson, anything from me to take up now? Ms. Olson, no, thank you, Your Honor. All right, all right. TikToker, TikToker, no, sir. The court, all right. Then we'll bring back the jury and resume cross-examination. And they enter the room at 10:48. Give me 1 second, really quick. Something's going funky with my reading screen, and I don't know why. What is going on? I don't know why it's doing that. It's rude. Very rude. Okay, I don't know. I tried to fix it. It keeps flashing, so I don't know if it's flashing for y'all, but it keeps flashing for me. The court, all right, please be seated. TikToker, you may resume a cross-examination. TikToker, I am reposting, publishing, thank you, defendant, exhibits number 501. Ms. Bond, when you diagnosed Professor Schofield with PTSD, did you determine that Professor's PTSD is caused by TikTok videos, yes or no? It was the repeated experience of TikTok report that she had murdered or was an accomplice in some way connected with the murders. There was wrongful accusations, and that was traumatic. Yes, PTSD does fit. To clarify, you're stating yes or no, Professor's diagnosis is caused by TikTok videos. Is that correct? It was the repeated exposure of TikTok saying that she was connected with the murders that was traumatic. Yes, so she did. Number one, directly experienced the traumatic event was the impact TikTok had on her as it continued. Let's take a step back. The DSM-5 states in its guidelines to psychotherapists and therapists and psychiatrists the definition of traumatic event. A traumatic event, according to the DSM-5 here, is an actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. Is that correct? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. The Is a TikTok video actual threat and death, serious injury, or sexual violence? Yes or no? Yes. How is a TikTok video actual threat and death? Continual accusations of a murder was traumatic. That was the trauma. Um, let's go to the definition of actual threat and death in the DSM-5. What does it mean to experience actual death? Miss Olson, I'm going to object, Your Honor, as it misstates the first criteria, or letter A, number A, letter A. The court overruled. TikToker, I'll restate the question, Miss Bond. As it relates to the DSM-5, what is the definition of actual death? In cases of actual threatened death, just actual. As I said, she directly experienced the continual trauma of being wrongfully accused of murder. That in itself, over and over and over again, over 2 or 3 years. Ms. Bond, is the trauma. The question is what? And I'm quoting to the DSM-5. We're not talking, Professor. We're just talking about the DSM-5. What is the definition of actual death? Does actual death mean that a person is killed? Yes or no? Yes. Threatened death. Does threatened death mean that a person is threatened to be killed? Yes or no? Say it once more, please. Threatened death. According to the DSM-5, does that mean a person is threatened to be killed? Yes or no? Yes. Serious injury. Does serious injury, according to the DSM-5, is that the person is seriously injured physically in their body? Yes or no? Yes. Sexual violence. Does sexual violence, according to the DSM-5, mean that a person has experienced sexual assault, as in that, etc.? Yes or no? What this is stating? Sexual violence. Does sexual violence mean that a person has experienced, for example, SA, so on? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. The traumatic event that the DSM-5 requires the person to have, and this is a question, sorry, let me rephrase it. I'm asking you, according to the DSM-5, does the traumatic event have to be actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence? Yes or no? One is necessary. Yeah, either or it for a traumatic event. Yes. Do you need me to rephrase it, or is the answer yes? It has to be either death, threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. And I think you said yes. Is that correct? Repeated accusations on TikTok was the trauma. I just don't think they are understanding each other. Thank you. I'm just asking yes or no. Traumatic event, yes. The DSM-5, so okay. Earlier testimony was that your diagnosis aligned for all of your patients with the guideline of the DSM-5. Is that correct? Yes. You also stated you never deviate from the DSM-5. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. You also stated a PTSD diagnosis cannot stem from a TikTok video, correct? Trauma can be impacted from continuous repeated accusations of murder. That is the trauma. Does the trauma fit in being actually killed? Yes or no? No. Does the TikTok video accusation fit in being physically threatened with death? Yes or no? Yes. How does a TikTok video kill you? It informs people. What is said is not a passive action. What is said on TikTok, people read that, thousands to million, and come to some conclusion. They are influenced by that and that can lead to safety issues. So the traumatic event in that cause could be threatened death in person. For example, someone coming to professor physically and threatening them. Yeah, so the traumatic event is not the TikTok video, but again, according to the DSM-5, threatened death, meaning she can be killed, correct? She can be injured, or a family member can be injured as a result of the accusations of murder on TikTok. But right now, we're focusing on PTSD diagnosis, not made-up scenarios of what could but has not happened. Ms. Olson, objection, Your Honor, argumentative, move to strike at least the reference to made-up scenarios. The court, I'm going to sustain the objection. TikToker, that was argumentative, so just re-ask the question, and the jury's instruction to disregard the question. Answer one has to. The court, hold on, Ms. Bond. TikToker, ask another question, please. Okay. TikToker, okay. The TikTok video. Does a TikTok video kill people? Yes or no? Yes. How can a person die from watching, or how does a person die from a TikTok video? That is the actual TikTok video, not anything else. Sorry, go ahead. I don't think they were understanding each other. I trust my expert experience on this that she directly experienced the traumatic event, not the murders, no, but the ongoing accusations were injurious to her mentally, physically, and professionally. Which one of the traumatic events did Professor Schofield experience? Was it actual threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence? That is a difficult question to answer. She was threatened, yes, and the repeated accusations were threatening. She was, okay, yes. Professor was threatened in person, yes or no? Say that again, please. Was Professor threatened in person or in any way? How was she threatened? Did someone threaten to harm Professor? Okay, yes. Who is this person? I don't have specific names. Okay. Did TikToker, which is me, are you aware that I threatened to kill Professor? You personally? Yes, on the TikTok videos. From the accusations that she was a murderer? Yes. So did I accuse Professor of being involved with the murders or did I threaten to kill Professor? Professor was threatened by reading the accusations of the murder. Yes, she was impacted. I'm answering as best. I'll rephrase it. I'll do my best to rephrase it as or rephrase it so that you can understand is let's start over. It is my understanding of the DSM-5 criteria that in order to be diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, the first step is a traumatic event, correct? Yes. And according to the DSM-5, traumatic events are actual death, meaning someone being killed, correct? Yes or no? We've determined that already. The word exposure is very important here in the interpretation, exposure to actual threatened death, serious injury. Um, oh, I think Anna says, I think that they understand each other perfectly. The therapist was saying that it's not watching the TikTok that may kill a person, but the impact of a TikTok on another person that may then kill. Yeah, I do think she was trying to talk to that. What I more so mean is like when I say they weren't understanding each other is I mean like the TikToker was just trying to get her, which I might have just been her being her, but she was trying to get the therapist to admit in a way that this first part of the DSM-5 didn't relate. And I think what the therapist then was saying is like, no, it does. It just relates in a different way. Um, and I think that's what the issue, what I more so meant of them like not understanding is like, I think she was focused, the therapist was focused on a whole different chunk of criteria than what the TikToker really wanted her to focus on. I think the TikToker wanted her to focus on, um, like, well, I think at one point, oh yeah, sure enough, she goes, like down here, she literally says, "What does the word death mean?" So that's what I think. I think the TikToker was just like, well, I'm gonna break everything down, and you're gonna have to like explain to me, pretty much Barney style, why. When in reality, because again, she's also not a therapist or a counselor or a psychologist or psychologist. She's also not fully understanding that everything can be used. It's just chunks of it. So yeah, it's just that I think what I was more so getting at is like the therapist was thinking one line of how the videos are operating and then the TikToker was thinking on a whole different line. And they were trying to use the same uh chunk of the DSM-5 to logic and to why their line is correct, if that makes sense. Which I mean, the TikToker is right. A video cannot technically kill anybody, but it's also like, well, you're constantly saying that someone's committing murder, so it's a constant traumatic event of being accused over and over again. And people can get PTSD from that. And people can get PTSD from random things. But I think that's where I more so meant when I said that they weren't understanding each other is like the therapist was harping on the fact of like, no, it's what you said in those videos to people where she was trying to be like, well, it's just a video. And it's like, yeah, technically it is just a video, but you know, people have been killed for a lot less. So I think that's more so what I meant, if that makes sense. But yeah. Um, yes, ma'am. TikToker, yes, ma'am. But let's get to that. But right now, asking you actual. We're defining the traumatic events. Actual death means being killed or someone being killed or anyone being killed. Correct? Yes or no? That is a difficult question to answer from my experience. I'll break it down for you. What does it mean to die? Professor is alive, but we're not talking about she, the court, one at a time. The TikToker, we're not talking about Professor right now. What is the meaning of death? Repeat that, please. Can you explain to us, from your understanding as a psychotherapist, what does the word death mean as it pertains to the DSM 5? It's actual or threatened. We're just focusing on the word death right now. What does it mean by death? Death is, to define it, is not alive. And actual death means what? That's not how I interpret this criteria. I'm the mental health specialist and I've had years of experience. Yes, and I'm asking you questions. Okay, I will say, this line, that's not how I interpret this criteria. I'm the mental health specialist and I've had years of experience. She got very upset when it was at this point, because you could tell that she was starting to get very frustrated with the line of questioning. And I'm I think she was just starting to get to the point where it's like, you're not understanding what I'm saying. And I think with everything else just going on with the line of questioning, I think she was just getting very angry with it, and she was also probably just very anxious. I don't think she ever testified before. So I think she was also just getting very frustrated with everything. Um I don't I don't really know a lot about PTSD, but generally speaking, a threat of death, but not have to be someone pointing a gun at you. I think that if you feel like your life is threatened, it is enough. Yeah, so with PTSD, it's such a wide scope of everything. And I've even like asked my therapist about the DSM-5 and stuff of that nature too, because I was always curious just in general. Um, and a perceived threat is different for everybody. So like how I like if, for instance, videos were made and it was like this, right? With the TikToker accusing the professor of murder. That can be a perceived threat of like, I want to make sure that you don't get help, that you have harm come to you. Like, you need to be arrested. You need to be this, you need to be that. And that can be a perceived threat. So it's very intriguing to me how um they're trying to define it right now, because it's like actual threat and death, because technically, I mean, if you want to get like super into the weeds of mental health and everything, um someone accusing you of murder is technically considered, I mean, and can be technically considered different things, but it could probably also be considered threatened death, because you're, at least out here, we have the death penalty. So if someone is charged with murder, they can be put on death row. And I think Koberger for a while was also up for death row until he took the plea and just took life without parole. So I don't know if they would take that technically, but in my eyes, it's like, well, you are threatening death. You're threatening me going to trial and being put on death row. So yeah, it's a threatened death. Or you're accusing me of murders when you know people take this very seriously and could harm me. So now you're technically threatening death without actually threatening death. I don't know. Um, there's so much rain for objection. What's the relevancy of what the death means? And it's also like asked and answered multiple times. Yeah. sitting there watching this happen, um, I remember specifically at this point when she got to the like, what does death mean? I turned around and looked at a Tozy and was like, did she just ask that? Like, truly, did she just ask that? And we were like staring at each other for a second and then looked back at the witness and everything because this whole exchange like got weird because it just got so like um yeah, she's like, what does threatened mean? What does death mean? What does alive mean? Like she got so down to the nitty-gritty for zero reason. And I think what she was trying to do was like trying to catch the therapist in something when in reality she just looked very, to my opinion, she looked very condescending and she looked just kind of rude. Like she didn't look like how she might have perceived herself to look. It was just a very weird line of questioning. Um so yes, and I'm asking you questions, okay? Um Ms. Bond, okay, I don't quite understand. Exposure, she had multiple exposures. TikToker. But can we get there? I just want to ask you one question at a time and then we can focus on just that one question and then go to the next without the other words. Ms. Bond, okay. TikToker, thank you. We've determined that death means to die. Yes. An actual death means that anyone, a person, what does that mean to you? Yes. 4 people died. Yes. No specific person, but actual death. The meaning of actual death, meaning someone is killed or dies. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Threatened death. What does the word threatened mean to you? Being threatened means potential for injury, either mental, physical injury. No, we're talking about death. There are different, okay, I really am. I think we're talking about 2 different things. The exposure, repeated exposure to the TikTok accusations of 4 deaths was threatening. Um, Ms. Bond, can we focus on one question at a time, please? I want to get your expert opinion, and I want to break it down for people who are not therapists, who do not understand the DSM-5, who don't have your experience. Can we please do that? I appreciate that. Thank you. Threatened death. Does that mean someone is threatened to be killed? Yes or no? Yes. Serious injury. Yes. What does serious injury mean? Serious injury is, in this particular context, no. Just the definition of serious injury as it pertains to the DSM-5 from your, yeah, serious injury, yes. What does that mean? It means injury. It could be physical, it could be psychological, it could be emotional, it could be professional. What is an event? What is an event? Is that something that happens? Is that correct? An event is something that happens. Is that correct? An event, yes. So the event of a serious injury could be, let's say someone is hit by a car and is seriously injured. Would that be an event of a serious injury? Yes. If someone's stabbed but does not die, would that be an event of a serious injury? Yes. Let's move on to sexual violence. Yes. What is sexual violence? Those examples that you, as you defined it, assault, SA, the other one, exposure to actual threatened death. Based on what you told us means exposure to actual or threatened people being killed or threatened to be killed. Is that correct? Threatened death? Yes. And does that event means that a person is witnessing someone on the receiving end of being killed or threatened to be killed? Yes or no? Repeat that, please. Yes, ma'am. Exposure to actual or threatened death. Does that mean a person is exposed to themselves or someone else being killed or threatened to be killed? Yes or no? Yes. Exposure to serious injury. Would that mean someone is exposed to someone being serious injury, whether it be themselves being seriously injured or in a car accident or witnessing someone else, let's say being hit by a car? Is that exposure to a serious injury? Yes or no? Yes. The same for sexual violence. If a person experiences a sexual assault or knew someone experiencing a sexual assault, is that exposure to sexual violence? Yes. Based on those definitions, did Professor Schofield directly experience being killed? Yes or no? Yes, she's right there. She was not killed, but that she could be threatened. So let's focus on one question at a time. Yes, Professor Schofield. Did she experience actually being killed? Yes or no? She was not actually killed. No. Thank you. But she was threatened. Okay, that's okay. You can tell at this point too that they were both just getting fed up with each other. Like they were like, "Yeah, I'm done. I need to move on." Um Professor, was she threatened to be killed by TikToker? Yes or no? That is a difficult yes. It wasn't just words. It was accusations of murder. That is a threat. That's going to create a threat. You don't have an individual that writes about that online and 2 million people read that. A threat. Yes, it is. It is threatening with the information, and that's what this is about, I believe. Clarify if I'm correct, Ms. Bond. What you're referring to is the TikTok videos regarding my accusations of Professor's involvement in the murder. Are you saying that the threat is perhaps someone watches that video, then they decide to create a traumatic event like murder or threatening serious injury? Is that what you're saying? Yes. So the actual threatened death would be from this imaginary person committing that crime to Professor. Is that correct? That would be the traumatic event, correct? Say that one more time, please. Ms. Olson, your Honor, I object to the word as to the use of the word imaginary. TikToker, it hasn't happened. The court overruled. Um, TikToker, did you clarify that you stated the TikTok videos may have the possibility of someone watching it and then taking action causing harm to Professor by serious injury or actual, yes, or threatened? Okay. In that case, if Professor experiences actual death or the death of her family members, would that then be the traumatic event? Or is the TikTok video the traumatic event? Say that once more, please. Um, in that case that you created or the scenario that you created, what is the traumatic event? Is it the person which is then it hasn't happened, but is it the person committing the crime of killing someone or threatening to kill someone? Is that the traumatic event or is it the TikTok video the traumatic event? It's false information. And we're talking about murder. We're talking about murder. It's very serious and it has impact, physical, mental, psychological. Yes, it's damaging information. It's not just information. It's been described as, it's just untrue information accusations. Um, Thank you for that. We can come back to that if we need to. Did Professor witness in person being killed or someone else being killed? Yes or no? No. Did Professor experience serious injury or violence in person as it happened to others? Yes or no? Yes. That's what did she witness? If it has nothing to do with this, you may admit it. But are you saying that in regards to the case, Professor witnessed in person someone being killed? Answer. Someone can have PTSD that is in a car accident. This is extreme, being you cannot be accused of murder, multiple murders, and not be injured by that in itself is impactful to one's profession, one's family relationship. Yes. A car accident. A person doesn't have to actually die or be injured necessarily and have PTSD. She fit the criteria, and I used my judgment. So are you now stating that you used your judgment, but you did not use the diagnostic criteria for I used both? Okay. Let's go back to the DSM-5 then. I used my judgment and I also follow the criteria, which she meant. Okay. Let's go back to your statement. You said Professor witnessed in-person murder. You said, I'm sorry. What did she witness in person? I'm sorry. You said she witnessed in person actual death. I am having difficulty concentrating here on what you're saying. The point is, I have answered as correctly and as honestly as I can. For 2.5 years, I have heard and seen on assessments that PTSD is confirmed by her self-reports and the assessments. Yes, ma'am. What did Professor witness in person? Did she witness a car accident? Did she witness someone being killed? Did she witness someone threatened to be killed? Professor witnessed over and over and over again being accused of something she was innocent of, and it was proven. Thank you. So Professor witnessed not in person, but on her phone electronically a TikTok video, correct? Please, let's focus on... Oh my goodness. It just, yeah, the spiral. You're testifying that Professor Schofield witnessed, you said in person, but it's over the phone because a TikTok has to be on the phone. It's not in person, but you're saying she experienced in person a TikTok video. Yes or no? Yes. What does in person mean to you? Is if you're on the phone with someone, if someone calls you, are you talking to that person in person? Yes or no? This is a personal attack. Accusing her of murder is a personal attack. There's going to be impact, multiple severe, long-lasting effect. Can you answer the question? Ms. Bond, all of her TikToker, can you answer the question, please? Is in person to you, does that mean if someone calls you over the phone, is that defined as in person to you? Yes or no? Ms. Bond, to be honest, I think this is nonsense, I don't know the point that you're trying to make. She was repeatedly, the court, Ms. Bond. We're talking about murder. The court, Ms. Bond. If you'll do your best to please answer the question and not narrate. The witness. Okay. When this happened, she just started going. She was so done. She was like, let me tell you all of my feelings right now. And she just went. I'm sure that there's chunks that the court reporter missed because of like just how fast she was going. She's like, let me tell you how I actually feel about this whole thing right now because you're making me mad. um, okay. And then Ms. Bond, please repeat the question. TikToker, yes, ma'am, is by in person. If someone calls you over the phone, is that in person? Ms. Bond, if someone calls you on the phone, TikToker, yes. If you talk to someone over the phone, is that in person? Ms. Bond, yes. That's to talk to someone on the phone and you responding yes. If on the phone, well, it depends on how you define in person. TikToker, are we talking in person now? Ms. Bond, yes. If I leave out of here and go to my Uber and I call you, would that be in person? No. So, over the phone, if someone has a video on the phone and they're viewing it, are they witnessing something over the phone or are they witnessing something in person? Professor was repeatedly exposed to false accusations of murder. Ms. Bond, can you answer the question, please? Because in person by talking on the phone or viewing a video over, Ms. Bond goes in person by talking on the phone, TikToker, or viewing a video over the phone. Is that witnessing something electronically or is that witnessing something in person? Answer is non-person. TikToker, thank you. So that would be a no. Answer correct. TikToker, number 3 of the DSM-5 diagnosis criteria for PTSD is learning that a traumatic event occurred to a close family member or close friend. This is in cases of actual threatened death of a family member or friend, and the events must happen violent or accidental. Is that correct? Or is that correct? Is that your understanding of number 3 DSM-5 criteria? Answer, yes. It is stated yes. In this context, no, it is only takes one. TikToker, right. So we're just talking about number 3 right now. So we've already canceled out number 1 and 2. Ms. Olson, objection, Your Honor. Ms. Bond, I don't know. This is confusing. The court, wait a minute. Ms. Bond, objection sustained. The jury will disregard TikToker's last question. I'll rephrase the question. The court that we've already canceled out 1 and 2. The TikToker, I'll rephrase the question. This is tedious. Yeah, it is. It's so... When I was sitting there and she was doing this, and this is why I feel like it took so long to get through her testimony, because they just kept harping and harping and harping on these points that didn't even matter. And I think it's because, again, in your mind, you want to prove your your stuff, right? You want to make sure that you're right. But because the witness, Ms. Bond at the time, wasn't giving her what she wanted, she's like, well, now I got to break it down all the way to try to get what I want. And it just wasn't working out the way um, she wasn't getting what she wanted. And I think she was like, well, if I break it down, then I'll get what I want. And she really didn't, obviously, from the damages. So, yeah, so they canceled out, or they told the jury to ignore the canceled out 1 and 2 part. TikToker, has Professor just number 3 only, by watching my TikTok videos, did she learn that a traumatic event occurred to a close family friend or close family member or close friend, specifically related to a close family member or family member. No. Violent or accidental death. Sorry, you said no when I was talking. Has Professor Schofield experienced learning of a traumatic event to a close family member? No. Has she experienced learning a traumatic event of a close friend? No. Okay. Number 4 of the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for PTSD, experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to adverse details of the traumatic events. For example, this will be first responders who collect human remains, police officers who are repeatedly exposed to CA, and note this does not apply to exposure through electronic media, television, movies, or pictures unless this exposure is work related. Very long, a police officer who has to look at evidence for body parts repeatedly. Is that your understanding of number 4? Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm going to object only to the extent she clearly added to what's said in number 4. The court also sustained the objection. TikToker, if you're going to quote from that criterion, try to quote as faithfully as you can and then ask the question. TikToker, okay. TikToker, I'll repeat it for you, Ms. Bond. Number 4 states experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to adverse details of the traumatic event. For example, first responders collecting human remains, police officers repeatedly exposed to details of SA. No, criterion 4A does not apply to exposure through electronic media, television, movies, or pictures unless this exposure is work related. No, what? Is that what that says? Is that what the DSM-5A4 states, Ms. Bond? You only need one. The court, but Ms. Bond first answered her question about whether the witness, I said no. The court accurately read number 4. Did she accurately read it? No. TikToker, okay, please. What did I get wrong on A4? Number 1, it's a no for number 4. What's no? You said that I did not accurately reflect what it says, so we're just clarifying. I was just clarifying what number 4, what did I get wrong with number 4? Would you like me to repeat it? No, it's not needed to repeat it. I'm saying that it does not apply. No. What it's saying is, you're saying apparent. It's a no. Did I read it right? Yes or no? Yes. Thank you. Oh, Lord. But explain what you're saying. It does not apply. Explain what you just said. It does not apply to what? It does not apply. Number 4 does not apply to professor. It's accurate as it is saying, and it does apply in that experience. First responders, police officers, for example. Thank you. Were you still talking? You're welcome. Number 3, confirm that you said also number 3 does not apply. Is that correct? Correct. We also said, did you also say number 2? Let's clarify this one because that was one we need clarity, clarify on that one. Ms. Olson, Your Honor, I'm going to object asked and answered as to this one. The court overrule that at this time, but we're only going to go through this one last time. Even he's done. Number 2, did you state that number 2 applies to professor witnessing in person the event as it occurred to others? No, she did not. And number 1, no, thank you. And number 1, yes. Number 1, you're saying professor directly experienced a traumatic event. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. The harp guy would have pulled out a notepad and scribbled something down as if I were diagnosing the TikToker battering me on the witness stand. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. Like, just rereading this brings back, like, chunks of time that I was, like, watching her and just being like, what is going on? Which one of the traumatic events did Professor Schofield experience? I'm going to start with the first one. Did she experience actual... And this is what I mean! She's like, let's go through it again, alright? Even though I've been, like, pounding into it for the past, like, fucking hour, let's go through it again. You know what? Just because I want to hammer in, let's go through number 1 all over again. You want to go through number 1 all over again? Let's talk about actual death, right? Let's define actual death. Oh my gosh. Which one of these traumatic events did Professor experience? I'm going to start with the first one. Did she experience directly actual death? Yes or no? Miss Olson, Your Honor. Answer. It does not say that. Miss Olson, objection. Asked and answered. We've gone over this literally for at least the last half hour. The court overruled last time. Sir, when he said that, I wanted to throw myself out a window. And there's no windows in that courtroom. And I wanted to find one just to throw myself out of it. Because I was like, sir, we have hammered number one so much. I am sure that we have beaten it and beaten it and beaten it. So much so that the other side of the world knows, and they sent it back because they were so annoyed with how much we've beaten it. And yet you still want us to do it? Okay. TikToker. Did Professor Schofield directly experience actual death? Yes or no? Answer. No. TikToker. Did Professor Schofield experience directly threatened death? If you're referring to, are you referring to 3? I'm referring to number 1, directly experiencing something. If you would like for me to, would you like to clarify what directly means? Directly experiencing the traumatic event. Can we clarify what directly experiencing means? It means repeated, continuous accusations, wrongful accusations. We're not talking about accusations. The court, TikToker, we're going to ask her if she directly experienced the witness. Did she directly experience the court, Ms. Bond, the witness? I'm sorry. The court. We're going to ask her if she directly experienced each of those traumatic events, and then we're going to accept her answer at this point. TikToker. Yes, sir. The court. Go ahead. The court was done. He was like, we're not going to fight on this stupid point again that we have for the past however long. TikToker. Did Professor directly experience actual death? No. Did Professor directly experience threatened death? Say that once more. Did Professor directly experience threatened death? Yes. Did Professor experience serious injury? Serious injury? Yes. Did Professor experience sexual violence? No. Then she's like, ooh, maybe I'll like get some leeway where it's like, did TikToker threaten to kill Professor? No. Did TikToker threaten to seriously injure Professor? No. Who threatened to cause threatened death and serious injury to Professor? Based on what was said, would it be what was written? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Who threatened? Do you know who threatened actual death, or do I have their names? No. Thank you so much. Let's move on from PTSD to anxiety. Ma'am, can we not? This is what I mean. Like, this is what we dealt with in court. We sat and watched this. And when I say I sat and I watched and I was like, why? Oh my gosh, yeah. Just why? Why? Okay. Okay. Did you diagnose Professor with anxiety disorder? Yes. When did you diagnose? It was with the PTSD and it's also part of the depression. At the same time? Yes. Did you work directly with Professor's primary care manager in November 22 or December 22 regarding her mental health diagnosis? I didn't see Professor until 2023. Did Professor inform you of nerve issues she was having, physical nerve issues she was having physically with her nerves and her body? Yes. Did you diagnose Professor with anything mental as it pertains to those symptoms of nerve damage and physical challenges? Yes. What did you? It is somatic complaints such as this definitely accompanies PTSD. So, Professor's nerve damage and physical challenges with her body is directly related to PTSD. Yes or no? Sorry if I'm repeating it. Please clarify. I'm concentrating so hard that I can't. Please say it again. I'm almost done. The nerve damage that professor told you about, you stated that it was directly related to PTSD, correct? Yes. Did professor tell you about her headaches that she was having? Yes. Did you diagnose professor with any mental disorders regarding her headaches? I do not diagnose physical complaints, other things which her primary care physician did rule out, getting an MRI scan, etc. Headaches are common in PTSD. It's a symptom of stress. Yes, ma'am. So is neuropathy. Anxiety, you said, was directly tied to PTSD. Is it a separate condition that she has, or is it part of the PTSD? It overlaps depressive. I diagnosed her major depressive episode recurrent, which often is a combination of anxiety and depression. Both were present. Anxiety was more primary, and PTSD can have elements of depression and anxiety. So it's one diagnosis, one big diagnosis, or three diagnoses. They're overlapping and they're distinct as well. But Professor, it is overlapping and distinct from each other, yes or no? I'm sorry, say that again. Can you explain that, please? I'm sorry, say that. As it pertains to Professor, can you explain each? Is it distinct from each other? For example, three different things caused by three different things, or is it just all one big diagnosis in one? Um, there are two distinct diagnoses as far as major depression and PTSD. They are both present. The one you're treating, obviously, when I diagnose, it's not obvious, but to a therapist it is. You have to have one or the other as the first outlined. Both were present, PTSD and major depression, which included anxiety. So there are two diagnoses. Oh my goodness. You clarify that TikToker did not cause Professor, did not threaten to kill or cause serious injury to Professor, correct? You did. I just want to preface the question. That's misstating the testimony still, but okay. The question is, what is your testimony today? If TikToker did not cause actual threaten to kill or threaten to kill Professor, why are you here testifying for PTSD as it pertains to TikToker? What? I forgot she asked that question. PTSD is present. I'm answering the question as correctly as I possibly can. She has PTSD. Yes. But you stated that PTSD is from threatened, directly experienced, a traumatic event, or actual threatened and serious injury, correct? Reporter interrupted. I think they're starting to talk over each other, if I remember correctly. Yes. Did you say yes? Okay. And then you said that TikToker did not directly actually kill or threaten to kill Professor, and that TikToker did not cause serious injury to Professor, correct? You said that, correct? That is a difficult answer. Well, you said it, correct? The court. TikToker, can you just please ask a question? I think he was getting fed up too. He was like, dude, stop. Just stop. Oh my god. Okay. Ms. Bond, you did not directly, yes, you didn't kill her directly. TikToker, I wrote the notes. You said that, Professor, and clarify if this is correct, that someone, according to the self-report that you received when you had her fill out the questionnaire, you said Professor experienced directly actual or threatened death by someone that you don't know. Is that correct? That perhaps she didn't know necessarily, but yes, she did receive death threats, harm, yes, injury, yes, threats. Okay, is that person here today? I couldn't say. Is that person the defendant on this case? Is that person that threatened, directly threatened? I don't have that information, nor would I have that information. I'm the defendant, TikToker, specific, it's me. My question is that person here? If you don't have a name, I don't have a name. How can I identify if that person is here? No. Is that person me? You don't have a name, so you wouldn't know, right? As a TikTok writer, which you have written, yes, is threatening. It's potentially threatening. Let's say that, yes. Did you threaten her with actual death in person, personally? No, but there were numerous accusations of murder, that she was a murderer. Um, Did I accuse professor of orchestrating the murder of the 4 students? Miss Olson, Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. It's the court sustained. TikToker. Okay, the court. TikToker. We're going far beyond what Bond has testified in terms of her treatment of Schofield. TikToker. Okay. TikToker. Ms. Bond, I'm trying to understand your testimony, why you're here today. You stated that Professor has PTSD and you diagnosed her Yes, and you said that she directly experienced the traumatic event of death and serious injury, and that's why you diagnosed her. Yes, yes. And then you stated that TikToker did not cause Professor to be killed or threaten to be killed or a serious injury. You said that, correct? I don't. Ms. Olson, at this time, objection asked and answered. We're plowing the same ground. The court sustained. He said last time. That means last fucking time. That doesn't mean let's do the same thing for the next 5 fucking pages. TikToker. Okay, so what is your testimony today? Why are you testifying? And Ms. Bond, I'm testifying. TikToker, please let me finish. Are you claiming Professor has PTSD and eligible or in your opinion entitled damages for PTSD from TikToker? The court sustained. Ms. Olsen, objection. For the record, Your Honor, the court. It's argumentative, TikToker. Do you have any additional questions? TikToker, what is your testimony? What is your testimony, Ms. Bond? Ms. Bond, my testimony. Ms. Olsen, Your Honor, I'm going to object. Ms. Bond has testified for 2.5 hours now. TikToker, that's not my fault. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. She was done in probably 30 minutes. So you've been taking up 2 hours of her time. The court. The objection's overruled. What is your precise question, TikToker? TikToker, why are you here today, Ms. Bond? Ms. Bond, to testify that Professor has been diagnosed by me with PTSD as a result of repeated misaccusations of murder that placed, according to my client, safety issues for her family, for herself. TikToker, thank you. Ms. Bond, that's what my testimony is. TikToker, no further questions. The court. Thank you, TikToker. Any redirect? Miss Olsen. Yes, Your Honor. And then redirect, finally, by Ms. Olsen. How are we feeling after that? Cross-examination. How are we feeling? So we're back to redirect. Alright. Ms. Bond. Can threats be made by the phone? Yes. And did Professor, when you saw her, exhibit symptoms related or consistent with someone who had received death threats? Yes. Ms. Bond, when you use the DSM-5, do you use it on like a word by word by word by word application? It's defined by the individual that reads it. It's I use the DSM-5. My question is, when you use it, do you go word by word? No. And do you use your judgment and your experience for 32 years when you apply the DSM criteria? Yes. You testified earlier on in response to questions that TikToker had asked you that this was a unique case. Is that right? Yes. Why is this a unique case? What is unique about it? I'm sorry, say that again? Sure. I think you said this was a unique case. What was unique about the information you were getting from Professor? What made it unique? It's unique because let's just say it's uncommon to be accused of murdering 4 people. And in that way, it's unique. And when Professor came to you in May of 2023, you talked to her for about an hour. Is that correct? Yes. And that's the tool that you typically use to diagnose people, correct? Yes. And did you even look at the DSM-5 and identify the diagnosis that in your professional judgment fit? Yes. Just a couple of other questions. What does the term self-report mean? I think that was used a lot both on direct and in your responses on cross. Self-report means it's an expression of how she feels. It's not necessarily based on fact. Self-report is exactly that. It's self-reporting how she feels, her thoughts, her interpretation. So when she made reports to you, but you're the one who made the diagnosis, correct? I made the diagnosis, yes. And Miss Bond, you understand that this is a civil lawsuit. It's not a criminal lawsuit. Yes. And you're not a lawyer and you don't have any particular legal training. Is that correct? Correct. Is it your understanding that an earlier phase of this civil lawsuit, there was some kind of order or judgment entered against TikToker and in Professor's favor? Yes. And I think you may have used the term guilty verdict or something like that. But you understand that this is not a. Yes, I do understand that. It's not a criminal proceeding. You understand that. Yes, it's a civil lawsuit. Yes. And you did not mean to suggest in your testimony that there was any kind of criminal proceeding, correct? Correct. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. Ms. Olson, may Ms. Bond be excused? We would request that she be excused, Your Honor. The court, thank you, Ms. Bond, for your testimony. You may be excused. You may step down. Mr. Carone, Ms. Olson, do you want to call your next witness? Mr. Carone, yes, Your Honor. Next witness is Chris Hansen. The court, all right. And then we go into Carone's testimony of Hansen. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. I might be able to get through his stuff, and then I'm gonna probably have to pop off because I have some adult things to do. And it is almost. Yeah. Capybara has been listening while doing chores, and her audacity is strong. I know. It's crazy to me too how, and like this is just a kind of me thing, but it's crazy to me too how like you can see a professional who's literally just a professional. She's done this for years and years and years, and all because you read her testimony and then decided to Google a few things, you now think you know more than her. And I mean, that's my opinion. It could be very wrong. It probably is very wrong, but it's just shocking to me of like, why are you so determined to try to discredit someone who literally has credentials for years? I don't know. It's crazy. But yeah. Okay. So, direct examination by Mr. Carone. Mr. Hansen, where do you live? I live in Portland, Oregon. Are you employed? I am. Where do you work? I work for Providence Healthcare. What do you do? I do IT, so I work with medical records. How long have you worked in IT? I worked in IT for 15 years. Do you know Professor? I do. When did you meet her? I met her in 2004. We met at Willamette University freshman year. How did you meet in college? We met at a social event at the start of the school year. She had indicated that she was a Lord of the Rings fan. I had asked her, tried to make conversation about that with her, and in a conversation revealed how much more of a Lord of the Rings fan she was than I was. Did you guys spend a lot of time together in college? Yes, we did. Did you keep in touch after college? We did. How often have you spoken with her after college? We usually talk once a week, usually on Friday. And would you visit each other? We would. Do you consider Professor to be a close friend? Yes, I would consider her my best friend. How would you describe Professor personally? She's a warm and funny person, just very dedicated to what she does. She's always been super driven. In court, we joked, in college, we joked that I was the A minus student, whereas she was the A plus student. She's always talked about, even in college, how much she wanted a family. So that was always an important part to her. And life after college was having a family and putting down roots. Mr. Carone, prior to November of 2022, did you observe Professor Schofield struggle with depression or extreme anxiety? No, she went to school and was driven by school, and she would have stress about school. But when we would talk, there were never things that lasted more than to, our next conversation. I would direct your attention to November 12th of 2022. Um, oh, yeah. Anna, have a good night. You didn't need to stay up. If it's 1 a.m. there, go to bed. And that Harv guy, none else but me can have PTSD vibes. Yeah, the next day in her testimony is when she talks about having uh, PTSD and stuff like that. And I have never in my life wanted to rage so bad. Because my thing is this, right? Like, I have PTSD. I jokingly say that I have PTSD um, due to, um, I always say, like, or jokingly always say that, like, it's because I decided to see 70% of the world, which is all ocean. When you're in the Navy, that's a lot of the stuff you see. But what is so frustrating to me is that I know so many people with PTSD for a multitude of so many different reasons, and it's just heartbreaking because it's like you you see people who can almost like never operate in normal life again. And then you see other people who are constantly debilitated, but they have to. And it's mind-boggling to me because it's like I'm in that scope of where it's like I try to operate. It's hard, but I can to a certain extent operate. But like certain sounds, smells, I immediately go back to certain points in my career. And to have someone who also has it, like who has PTSD, who, you know, and I'm taking all of what she says as truth because I'm not one I'm not a therapist. I cannot diagnose you. I will never sit there and be like, "Are you a therapist?" Because I don't care, first of all. But two, I'm also not going to sit there and judge you, if you want to do whatever or say you have whatever. Like, as long as you're getting the help, I don't care. But what frustrates me is like watching her specifically with the therapist and then the next day when she was testifying and seeing how she was doing it and how she talked about PTSD and everything, it was just so mind-boggling to me and how just how disrespectful she was and how it was almost like no one's allowed to have PTSD but me. And it's like, no, you anybody's allowed to have PTSD as long as they've been diagnosed properly. And yeah, it's just I've never in my life had my face and my neck go so red in frustration and like anger because of how just disrespectful I felt like she was being, not only to the therapist, but also to anybody else who does have PTSD and they weren't in the military. That kind of blew my brain for a little bit, but nonetheless, sorry, nonetheless, but let's jump back in. Do you remember what you were doing that day? Yes, I do. What you're doing. Becca was visiting Becca and John. So they'd gone to the wedding the previous night of one of John's friends, and they were finishing with that friend, and so the day was spent. Becca and John and we went out to an art installation in Portland, and we got dinner later in the evening. Went to a brewery, had dinner, drinks, and then we left probably around 9 p.m. and I walked them to their car, and they went to their hotel room. I think you mentioned this, but was this in Portland? Yes, this was in Portland. Yeah, the wedding that they went to was in Portland, and this was in Portland. What was Professor's mood like that evening? She was really happy. She had a good time at the wedding. She was in a really good mood and, a great time to see her. It was the first time she'd visit me in Portland. I usually went out to Moscow or wherever she had lived in the last, 20 years. So it was the first time seeing my place and being in my city. Okay. And then moving about 2 weeks later, do you remember Thanksgiving Day in 2022? I do. Did Professor call you that day? Yeah, she called me that night. She called me at 9 p.m. So I finished Thanksgiving dinner with my parents and friends, and she called me at 9 p.m. So I answered because Becca usually tries to be in bed by 8 p.m., and I knew that wasn't a great sign that she was calling me that late. She called me. When I answered the phone, she was in tears and sounded really distraught. She was able to tell me that someone had posted videos on TikTok accusing her of the murders that had happened 2 weeks prior, and we had a short conversation about it. I was also with her with other friends, and I was about to leave my parents' house. So I promised her that I was going to look at all the videos once I get home. And then we talked briefly after I got home and after I had looked at what she referred to, the videos online. Question, okay. And I want to unpack that a little bit. So you said you looked at the videos online. What exactly did you do? Yeah, so Becca told me the name of the account. So I looked that up online and watched the videos that were available on that account. It took a few minutes to figure out what the account was based on, what Becca had told me. And so I watched the videos to understand what they were talking about, what connection was being attempted to be made by these videos. Mr. Crone, okay, Miss Bibb, can you please pull up exhibit number 40? And Your Honor, this is the one that had already been admitted. May it be published? It may be published. Playing video. This is the video, video I think of her actually putting up the picture of the professor, and like ducking out of the way and like saying, "Oh, this is who did him," and everything. Um, is Exhibit 40 one of the videos you saw on Thanksgiving of 2022? Yes, it is. This is the first video that I saw. Can you tell if people were watching the video? Yes, I could. How could you tell? On TikTok, there's icons of how many views a video has. There's an icon for how many likes a video has. There's an icon for how many comments. So I could see that it had many likes, and I could see that it had quite a lot of views. And you mentioned there were other videos you watched on Thanksgiving as well. Yes. Mr. Karam, Miss Bibb, can you please pull up Exhibit 41? This one has already been admitted. Thank you. Publish, play video. Mr. Hanson, was that another video you saw on Thanksgiving of 2022? Yes, it was. Could you tell if this video was being watched in the same way as number 40 was? Yes, I could, and it was. Were you afraid for Professor at this point? I was very afraid for her. Why? I could tell how many people were viewing it. I could tell how far the reach was based on how many people were viewing it. And in this time period, this was 2 weeks after the murders had occurred. I believe the amount of online sleuthing about this murder case and speculation by the public online. I had been aware of it, and these videos caused me to start monitoring a lot of the discussion online about this. And I saw how disturbing some of these discussions were, how many accusations were flying, how many people's lives were being investigated by people online, from out of state, around the world, everywhere. People were paying attention to this case, and the amount of attention that it was getting scared me with these videos, and my view putting a target on Becca. After Thanksgiving Day of 2022, did you start tracking TikTokers' posts about Professor? Yes, especially then, I was tracking it multiple times a day. I would go into her account and view the videos, take screenshots, save the videos. This was kind of my own coping mechanism in a way that was also a way to help Becca. This was a situation that felt so out of control, out of my control. This was my method of trying to help and do something to track the online discussion and just know what's happening and know if there's something especially threatening, especially scary. Because the online ecosystem around this was just kind of furious at that time. There was so little information from the police that the murder investigation that online discussion was basically filling the void, and creators like TikToker were happy to write videos to fill that void. Okay. And focusing on this kind of November, December 2022 timeframe, how many videos was TikToker posting about Professor? It would sometimes be 10 to 15 a day. It seemed like it was at least once a day, because there was a time where the news cycle would just absolutely ramped for more, looking for more information. People online, people on TikTok were looking for more information. Would you report to Professor each time there was a new video or post? I would report the ones I found especially threatening or scary. About how many times would you report something to Professor because it was particularly concerning or scary? I would say in the period immediately after, it was probably 3 or 4 times a week. I would specifically bring up a specific video that TikToker had posted. Did you notice anything about Professor's tone or demeanor when you would make these reports to her? Yeah, she was distraught about it. She's very scared. She just sounded very scared. And this was basically the entirety of what we would talk about. We used to talk about our weeks, we used to talk about work, relationships, and just normal everyday things. And this is all we could talk about because it was scary and it was just so far outside of our control. Question around this time again, November, December of 2022. Were you aware of any theories online about an ex boyfriend being involved with the murders? Yes. Mr. Crone, in your honor, I'm not going to play it for the sake of time, but I'd like to publish just the opening screen of exhibit number 2, which has already been admitted into evidence. You may. Mr. Hanson, can you please just read the text on the first screen aloud for the jury? The two people who partnered to kill the 4 University of Idaho students, professor and ex boyfriend. Do you know who ex boyfriend was or is? Excuse me, I'm aware of who he is. Who is he? He's an ex boyfriend of one of the victims of the murders. From what you're seeing, was TikToker taking an existing theory that was online and then connecting Professor to that theory? Yes, she was. There was a lot of speculation that I saw about ex boyfriend online, so there were other creators making videos that implicated him as well. Mr. Crone, next, Your Honor, I'd like to publish exhibit number 10, which has already been admitted into evidence. You may. Um, and Miss Bibb, can you go to the second page? Can you focus in on the hashtags, Miss Bibb? I should back up first. Miss Hanson, do you recognize Exhibit 10? Yes, I do. Is that a screenshot of video that you saw back in November or December of 2022? Yes, it is. I'd like to direct your attention to the hashtags. Do you see that there's a hashtag Rebecca Schofield? Yes. Is this a hashtag specifically for content about Professor at this time? Yes, it is. The hashtag on the TikToks are a way to organize the content for users who use the platform. There was a lot of material on the website about the Idaho murders, so other hashtags here were to connect these videos with other content that was being made about the murders that happened. Professor's name was also added into this. Something that I was tracking at the time was you could click on the hashtags and see how many views were associated with videos that had that hashtag. I believe TikToker was the only person putting hashtag Rebecca Schofield on her videos. And if I recall, by December 1st, there were 1 million views on the videos that fell under hashtag Rebecca Schofield. Mr. Crone, you can take down Exhibit 10, Miss Bibb. Mr. Hanson, do you remember when Brian Koberger was arrested for the murders at the University of Idaho? Yes, I do. Do you remember the date he was arrested? December 30th. And did TikToker's videos ever mention Brian Koberger prior to his arrest? No, they did not. I said December 30th. December 30th of 2022, 2022. Did TikToker start mentioning Koberger after his arrest? Yes, she did. Were there videos also about Professor? Yes. Can you maybe elaborate on what you were perceiving about how TikToker was connecting Professor to Koberger? Yeah, so when the news of Koberger's arrest came out, TikToker would incorporate new material that was known in the news cycles into her videos because these would be the current issues being discussed online. These would be the popular issues. Obviously, when Koberger was arrested, this was a huge change in the news story of this murder investigation. So, in the videos, TikToker incorporated into her narrative a story about how Koberger was somewhat involved in the murder plot that she'd been fabricating, but ultimately was not the one that committed the murder. Which is crazy. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Um, okay. Was TikToker connecting Professor Schofield to Koberger in the same way she connected Professor to ex-boyfriend back when that was kind of the hot topic online? Yes, she was. She claimed that they had contact with one another. And I know we've watched a couple of videos, or at least some screenshots of videos. Is that something that TikToker posted? Is that everything that TikToker posted about Professor? No, not at all. Your Honor, this exhibit has not yet been admitted, so I'd like to present Mr. Hansen exhibit number 13. Mr. Hansen, do you recognize exhibit number 13? Yes, I do. What is exhibit number 13? Exhibit number 13 is a number of screenshots of videos, each screenshot representing one of the videos that TikToker posted, also including the date that it was posted on to TikTok. Did you personally watch all of the videos that are included on this chart in exhibit number 13? Yes, I did. How do you know? I watched all of the content that she had posted on her TikTok account from the time that Professor had called me and going back to the previous content as well as in our account. Do you see that there are file names on the left side of the chart? Correct, yes. Were those files that you had the opportunity to watch those videos prior to this trial? Yes, to make sure they were the videos you saw back in November, December of 22. Yes, I did. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit number 13 as a demonstrative exhibit under Rule 1006. The court so you're admitting it because the videos that it summarizes are too voluminous to present here in court. Yes, Your Honor. And are they all videos made by or attributable to TikToker? Yes, Your Honor. The court so they've been available to her. Correct, Your Honor. I think yesterday she said she has all of her videos on her phone still. TikToker, any objection to plaintiff's exhibit number 13? TikToker, no objection. The court, all right. Plaintiff's exhibit number 13 will be admitted under Rule 1006 as a demonstrative exhibit. Quran may publish it, Your Honor. The court, you may. Mr. Hansen, how many pages are there on exhibit number 13? There are 57 pages, I believe. 58 pages. 58 pages. And Ms. Bibb, could you just show a couple of the earlier pages for the jury? And so, except for the last page that has one video, do each of those, I guess 57, remaining 57 pages follow this format of 2 videos and 2 files? That's correct. How many videos in total are there on the chart? I believe that meant it was 115. 115 videos. 115 videos. All about the murder and the professor. Literally. Which is just so insane to me. Like, how do you 115, just about one. Yeah. And you said earlier that the information on the left is the name of the video, the file name of the video. That's correct. And the information in the central column is the date the video was posted. Yes. And then the information on the right is the opening, like, thumbnail or screenshot of the video itself. Yes. What date do the TikTok videos on Exhibit 13 end? I think it's going to be on page 57. I believe it's in August of... What's the date of the last video on page 57? The date is December 19th of 2022. And TikToker started posting on November 24th of 2022. That's correct. So, between November 24th of 2022 and December 19th of 2022, there's 114 videos that she posted. That's correct. Are the videos or the screenshots of the videos on Exhibit 13 all of the videos that TikToker posted about Professor? No, this is just the subset of them. And then what platform was the last video on Exhibit 13 posted on? That last one is from YouTube. Did TikToker eventually start posting on YouTube instead of TikTok? Yes, she did. For how long did TikToker continue to post on YouTube about Professor? I believe it's until August of last year, so August of 2025. That's correct. Okay, could it be longer than that? That's just the last one you remember. That's the last one I remember. I think I misspoke. Is the date of the first video on Exhibit 13 November 23rd of 2022? Yes, it is. I think I said November 24th, so I apologize for that. Obviously, a lot of videos that you've seen of TikToker about Professor. What effect have you seen those videos have on Professor? Answer, the sort of unceasing nature of them really seemed to wear down Becca. When we would talk, I would bring up there were periods of time where TikToker would stop posting, but then would restart again. It was never predictable when she would be posting, and so I would see this unpredictability and this ultimately unceasing nature of these videos wear Becca down, just in the way that she would talk about them and the exhaustion that I could hear in her voice. Question: did you ever observe Professor seeming scared or afraid because of those videos? Yes, absolutely. Have you seen her seem. Have you seen. Oh, geez, I can't read. Have you seen her seem anxious because of the videos? Yes. And how could you tell those things? Um, since we were talking daily on the phone, I could hear it in her voice that there was causing a lot of anxiety for her. There was a lot of fear around. Something that I was thinking about at this time was that these videos were seen so widely and could be grounds for someone to take action against Becca if they believed these videos. And that is the fear, the main fear that I felt that Becca was expressing around the videos, how they would never stop, and that, they just, there's no way to, there was no way to feel in control in this situation. Mr. Crone, thank you, Your Honor. No further questions at this time. The court, thank you. Mr. Crone, TikToker cross-examination. TikToker, yes, sir. And then we're into cross-examination. Good afternoon, Mr. Hansen. You've been watching my content since November 24th of 2022, multiple times a day, every day until the current. That's correct. Do you have a day job? I do. What are your hours at work? My hours are 9 to 5. 9 to 5 at work. Are you browsing my content? Sometimes. When you go home, are you browsing my content? I work from home. Oh, you work from home. Cool. Are you browsing my content after work hours? Yes. What else do you do when you're viewing my content? Do you make comments? No. Do you share? What do you do? I save the videos, save screenshots of comments. And I mean, there were times when I would annotate the notes that I would take about the screenshots or the videos themselves. I was never interacting on the platform. But you took good notes on them, correct? I believe so. Great. You stated that in my videos, I posted 113 of them. Did you watch all 113 videos? I did. And you stating that all 113 were about Rebecca or about the Idaho murders. The videos in total were about the Idaho murders. How many of those 113 were actually specifically about Professor? I couldn't get an exact number, but it was a majority. So when you said that there was 100 videos of Professor, did you misspeak, or you meant to say it was about the Idaho Forum? The exhibit did not include all the videos that you had made about Professor. I'm asking about your statement that I made 113 about Professor. I'm just asking if you misspoke. Did you mean that I made 113 videos about Professor or about the Idaho 4? I would still say that you made 113 videos because the exhibit did not include all the videos that you made about Professor. Did you testify just now that you did not know how many videos I made regarding Professor? I don't know the exact number. TikToker, I would like to preview plaintiff's exhibit number 13. The court, you'd like to publish it? TikToker, publish it, please. Yes, sorry. The court, okay, you may. Mr. Hansen, what is this first video? This first video is about your post about solving the mysterious death of the Idaho 4. Do you recall how long that video is? I don't. On this video, do you recall anything being said about Professor? I don't believe there would have been. Is this video a part of the 113 videos that you claim are about Professor in Exhibit 13? It is part of the grouping in the exhibit. Is it? Go ahead, you're still talking. This is part of the videos that you posted about the Moscow murders, which you later attributed to my friend. But this specific video did not mention Professor, correct? That's correct. So that would mean I did not make 113 videos about Professor as it pertains to the evidence you presented in this exhibit. Is that correct? I don't agree with that statement. I think I love how they keep saying 113, but it's 115 in total. So I genuinely, if that first one isn't about her, 113 would still be technically right because it was 115 in total. Okay. Is it 113 videos presented? Were you able to view this exhibit? Yes, I was. Is it 113 on this exhibit? Yes. In this first exhibit, on this first video, you clarify professor is not mentioned, correct? Uh-huh. Yes. So it is even possible for all 113 to be about professor if even the first one is not correct. Is it possible? No response. What's my 13? What's 113 minus 1? 112. I'm not here to do math. Oh, God. Can't be worse. I didn't make 113. I made 112. Lol. OMG. Maybe I'm the psychic. Maybe. Dun dun. But I love how they're harping on the 113, but the whole exhibit is 115. So, I mean, technically, technically, he is still right, but who knows? Okay. That is not true. The first one was about who. It's about the Idaho murders. If there's any further content on this first video, do you recall? Can you clarify? What is the video? Do you know what it is? Do you recall what the first video is? Do I recall what the first... I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking. You can tell, too, that she is, like... Or not she, sorry. I apologize to Mr. Hansen. You can tell that he's, like, done. He's like, nah. Nah. I'm not doing that. um... What is the video? Do you know what it is? Do you recall what the first video is? Do I recall what the first... I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking. What did I do on this first video? You introduced that you were going to you're going to be supposedly solving the Idaho first. Did I mention Professor on that video? No. You mentioned that you watch my content 3 to 4 times a day, every day, and that you reported when they were threatening or scary videos, correct? Can you break that down? I did not state that I view your content 3 to 4 times per day, every day. I go to your accounts this many times. If you do not have new content, I'm not viewing old content. I would just view if there's new content. Okay, well, let me break down the question. You said that there were threatening or scary videos that I posted. Yeah. Can you explain what threats I made in videos? You stated that Rebecca regret. God, I can't talk. Regret this decision when she filed the lawsuit. There were videos that used her pictures and memes, supposedly seemingly to mock her. The entirety of these videos is about you accusing her of a quadruple murder. Thank you. In the video where I said Professor will regret this decision, did I threaten her with physical harm? No. What was the threat? I can't say. I don't know. So is that part of the alleged threatening videos that you claim I posted? I would say that it was threatening. What is the threat? I don't know what the threat is. But you're calling it a threat, so we know what is a threat, right? I don't know what you're capable of, TikToker. He's like, I'm not playing your game. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm not playing your game. But the video. You said I posted threatening videos. The memes. Let's go to those. Sure. What was the meme that I posted? You posted a meme. I can't remember the context, but it's Becca's face and she's sailing off into the water. On the meme of Professor sailing on a boat, what threat did I make towards her? I would not say that one was a threat. I would say that one is mocking her. Okay, back to the threatening videos that you allege I posted. Sure. What videos came? Are there any videos on this exhibit of me threatening Professor? I feel that accusing someone of a quadruple murder counts as a threat when they're innocent of that. Did I threaten to kill Professor? No. Did I threaten to harm Professor by physical means? Not by physical means. Did I threaten to contact the police regarding her alleged role in the murders? Did you threaten to contact? So, TikToker asks, did I threaten to contact the police regarding her alleged role in the murders? And then Mr. Hansen replies with, did you threaten to contact the police? TikToker goes, yes. Oh, Lord. Um, TikToker, I think you stated, or no, sorry, wrong. Hansen, Mr. Hansen says, I think you stated that you did contact the police eventually. Um, TikToker, so what was the threat in the videos? Was the threat me posting that I believe she was involved in the murders? Answer, you would post that she was going to spend her life in prison, and you would post videos mocking her. You would post videos that included her address at work and her phone number. Do you know what happens to phone numbers and addresses that are posted online? TikToker, I do, but the phone number and address that I posted, are you aware that it's on a public website already prior to me posting it? Yes or no? Yes. So is it fair to say her address at the school and phone number was already online? Yes or no? Yes. So me posting what is already online, how does that do anything to the professor? Mr. Hansen, do you think thousands of people have seen that address and phone number prior to your videos? TikToker, do you have metrics for University of Idaho's website and traffic? Yes or no? Hanson, no, I don't. But I know that thousands of people watched the video that you posted that included that address and phone number. He. Oh my goodness. He's like, I'm not dealing with your bullshit. Like, let's just. I'm not here to, pussyfoot around. I'm tired. I want to go home. TikToker, do you know how many? You stated you don't have their metrics. Do you know, before my video, how many people viewed University of Idaho's website with the information of all their professors' names, phone numbers, and addresses? No. Do you know, after I posted that TikTok video with public information, that they had increased traffic of people viewing public information on the university's website? Do you have that information? No. You stated that during this time you would speak to professor that you perceived her to have anxiety. Is that correct? God, the fucking psychiatrist question. I'm so tired of her asking that. Are you a psychiatrist? No. You work in IT? Yes. Can you diagnose? No. Can you prescribe her medication? No. Do you have any experience in the mental health field? No. Stop fucking asking that. I'm sorry. I'll be okay. In my personal fucking opinion, that's a stupid ass fucking line of questioning. Every single time you fucking do that, that's a stupid line of fucking questioning. Because you look like you don't care about people. You look like you have nobody in your life that you care enough about to notice a demeanor and a shift in them. Like, I know instantly when my family is more on edge or my friends are more on edge than normal because I spend time with them and I know them. Just because I'm not a professional doesn't mean I can't say they were more anxious or I could tell that they had more anxiety than normal. You look so weird asking this. You're being weird asking this personally because you're asking questions that make you seem like you just don't care about anybody in your life. Like, I get it. You want to prove that she doesn't need damages because of what you've done, and that's fine. But asking everybody except for the one person, again, but they are an actual therapist, but asking anybody like, well, are you a therapist? Can you diagnose? You just look weird. You look weirdly. It's weirdly behavior. Goodness. Yeah, I can tell if closer is more anxious. Yeah, it's weirdly behavior. Anyway. Is it safe to say you don't know if professor has mental disorders? I've been friends with her for 22 years. I can tell when there's a difference in her demeanor. You can tell a difference in her demeanor, but can you diagnose her with a mental illness? No. it Why do you care if he can diagnose her or not? And that's the thing that got me with all of the questions about that. It's like, well, are you a psych? Like, and I bet you, because her fucking um the professor's mom is gets whatchamacallit. I'm so heated right now. The professor's mom is also on this day, and I bet you she fucking asked that question too. Are you a psychiatrist? Can you fucking diagnose her? It's just it's weird. It's weird behavior. It's weird. It's weird questioning. We get it. All right? You unless they're diagnosed by the fucking VA, it doesn't matter, but it does. And the fact of the matter is like they're testifying to their experience with her. If she's acting different from normal, that goes to the behavior of what's going on during that time period. And saying, "Oh, well because you don't have a medical degree." If he did, so fucking what? Because I bet you if he did, you would say, "Well, you're not her you're not her doctor. You're not her therapist. How can you diagnose her?" There's always something. I just my goodness. Um, Capybaras, it's a fair question in a courtroom to some degree, but I think a lawyer would have approached it more respectfully. Maybe. And the thing is, too, is like, even just being like, oh, I noticed, I noticed she was acting more anxious and she was doing this and she was doing that. And even as a lawyer, like for the opposing party, I would just say, like, hey, I noticed that you work in IT. He's like, so you can't diagnose somebody with anxiety, right? Right. Okay, cool. And then you move on. So because it when you harp on it like this, where it's like you're not a psychiatrist and you work here and you do this and can you even diagnose her? It's putting more emphasis on the fact that you didn't do a better job of questioning the therapist. And it's almost giving more credence to what she went through, in my eyes personally. Because when you're harping on the fact that these people who don't have degrees or anything in the medical field, and they're like, yeah, we noticed a massive shift in her demeanor and how she was acting, like to the point of where like I thought that she had anxiety when when I've known her for 22 years and she's never had this issue. Well, as a juror, now I'm like, oh shit, he doesn't have a degree and he thinks she has anxiety. Damn, that must have fucked her up good. Like, it's stuff like that where I'm like, you almost are lending more credence to what you've done so they can have damages. Just saying. Moral support. And even when the therapist did diagnose her, the TikToker tried to deny that too. Yeah. And that's the thing too. Like, with that specific, like, you're never going to get what you want out of somebody trying to fight this battle, but it's just so frustrating in my eyes of like asking all of these people who don't have this degree when you know they don't, and you're like, well, do you have it? Can you diagnose her? Like, you're now just lending more credence to the fact that what you did messed with her so much that people who don't have degrees noticed. They noticed how much she changed. And now it makes what you did almost look worse. In my eyes, in my opinion. That's just what I feel. So, um, you stated the hashtags regarding the videos on Schofield had millions of views, correct? That's correct. Those videos, were they about Professor or the Idaho 4? You put the hashtags on the videos, so in some sense, they have to be about Professor. The hashtags on the video, it was multiple hashtags on the videos. Is that correct? Yeah. So when you clicked on a hashtag, one of those videos could be about the Idaho 4 and not Professor. Does that add to the amount of views under that hashtag? Can you clarify that one? The millions of views that you suggested around videos regarding Professor, were there millions of views only about Professor, or were those about, that's exactly what I'm saying, a million views on just the hashtag Rebecca Schofield. Do you have evidence to support outside of your testimony that there are millions of views on videos regarding Rebecca Schofield? That's not part of the exhibit. That's my own testimony. Did you send 113 screenshots of videos to Professor? No. When you were researching my page every day, maybe multiple times a day, sometimes from then until now, did you update Professor on your findings? um, Capybara's casual anxiety observations are valid. She needs it to look like they're not, but I'm sure the jurors didn't buy it. Probably not. I mean, the jurors awarded the professor 10 million in damages, so they definitely didn't buy that she wasn't affected in some way, shape, or form. And the fact that they handed her down 7.5 million in punitive, like $7.5 million in punitive damages, punishment damages. It's the fact that they saw what happened in court and were like, yeah, no, we're not going to play that game. It's, yeah, yeah. She did this part so poorly. The girl, yeah, and I get not wanting to pay for a lawyer. I really do, but you, in this scope of things, right? I think the other one that comes to mind of a pro se litigant is Daryl Brooks. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry, I hope I pressed mute in time. Um, uh, yeah, I think the other person I think of a pro se litigant was Daryl Daryl Brooks, which is the murder trial from a couple years ago. But in those findings in those cases, you need somebody. I get in a civil lawsuit you think you might not need somebody, but when you're talking about all of this stuff and you're having all of these all this video evidence and all of this, you know, all of this stuff, I would highly suggest having a lawyer, because I'm not telling people what to do or how to get better at this, but you really need experts when it comes to computer, like videos, computers, the view count and the like amount of videos, and like what I would do is just break it down. Like I would get, and I mean, even if you do lose, at least you tried. Like you tried your hardest and you had all these experts to help you, back you up, and X, Y, and Z. But when you don't have one and you're pro se, and like teach their own. Like if she feels like, hey, I did the best job I could as a pro se litigant and I think I did a pretty good job, and look at what I did and blah blah blah, then hey, go for it. Be proud of that. But what I more so mean is like when you have a lawyer, you have a lot more say in how things are handled and how things can be questioned. And there are going to be questions that you don't know to ask because you're so wrapped up into it that you need an extra person to not be wrapped up into it. And I think I've said this in almost every transcript video. Like you like you get so involved that you forget where you're at. You forget that you're supposed to be a third person. Because one particular with like the Darrell Brooks case, for instance, he berated his the mother of his children. Like he used her coming onto the stand to almost like attack her, because I think they had a restraining order against each other. And like that's what I mean. Like he couldn't separate himself. And so he lost it, and he just like pretty much just devolved into this ranting. And that's what I mean. Like it's just you can't remove yourself fully, especially during stuff like this where it's like if she had a lawyer, he could have probably disassembled this guy's testimony fairly well if he chose to. if he had a good backup and had the good stuff for it. But like the million views, right? And again, I'm not trying to, maybe I shouldn't. I was like, I mean, I would do this, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should wait until after the appellate court decides, so I don't tell her how to lawyer better. But it's yeah, yeah. That Harv guy, I'll bet 5 million was from that long ass what is death questioning. Cost of lawyer is way less than 5.7.5 million punitive. Yeah, Daryl Brooks was so bad. And she fully gets in her way too attached. Yeah, she is. She's and it's not anything against her. Like I'm sure if anybody were to do pro se after all of this, and they would be severely involved in it, and that's because you can't fully remove yourself to be a lawyer. As much as I hate to say it, like you can't remove yourself and be like, okay, I'm neutral. You're not. As much as I wish to say that people could be, you're not neutral. It's just, it's, when it's your own case, it's very hard to be neutral about anything. Um, with like the, the Dara Brooks case and, with her case in specific too, like the way you question witnesses is a major thing because if it's just you being pro se and you're questioning witnesses and it's a likable witness or a witness that is very, straightforward and you're like trying to do this roundabout stuff like what she did with the therapist, like they're going to see that and all they see is the defendant badgering a witness. They don't see the lawyer doing that where they can hate on the lawyer. They don't have any lawyer to hate on. They just have weird feelings towards the defendant doing it, or they have weird feelings towards whatever. And I think, because, like, what's the one case that just ended? Corey Richards, and how much her face faced. Imagine if she represented herself. And the jury saw that. And that's what I mean. Like, you have to, yeah, you have to be so smart with that. And, like, you have to just be mindful. Like, your face is going to face because that is us as humans. That's why when I'm in court and I'm watching stuff, I put my head down, especially when I want to make a face because I don't need the jury to see that. But, all right. Um, oh, for Corey. Sorry. I was like, Happy Bar. I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, I couldn't believe what the lawyers accused the prosecution of facing. Yeah, when I saw that, I was yeah, I was a little I was a little confused, but yeah, I loved when we all wore face masks during COVID because I could face and nobody could. Yeah, man, go. Or maybe I should just start wearing a face mask to court so I can face all I want. Nobody can tell. No, I can't do that because that's actually kind of frowned upon, but nonetheless. All right. So, Mr. Hansen, I would tell her in very general terms because I did not want to give her the full brunt of this information. TikToker, did you help create this document by providing any screenshots, videos, insights? Answer no. You saw this document, correct? I saw this document. How did you help? I verified that the videos represent videos that I saw. And the millions of videos, did you provide Professor with any evidence to suggest you have evidence to support that statement of millions of views only for Professor? That was something I told her at the time. Did you take a screenshot? I did. Did you send that screenshot to Professor? No. Do you have that screenshot? I have it on my personal computer. We don't have it. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that? It's not part of the exhibit. Okay. You stay. Okay. Sure. Whatever. You stated that There was very little information from police, and content creators were filling that void. Is that correct? That's right. That means on Idaho 4, there were other content creators making videos. Is that correct? Yes. How many videos on their how many views on their videos? Um how many views on their videos did they have? I'm not sure. I was not tracking other content creators. Is it safe to say they had millions of views as well? I think you could assume so. Was the Idaho 4 a popular topic prior to November 23rd of 2022? Yes. Were there content creators already posting videos on the Idaho 4 prior to November 23rd of 2022? Yes. Were you keeping an eye on those content creators? No, I had no reason to. But you had general knowledge that videos were being created regarding the murders? Yes. Is your testimony biased in any way? No. Are you Professor's best friend? Yes. What? Okay. What are you here for today? What would you like to help her with? I want her to win this case because I believe that she's been wronged. You want her to win this case and I've already been deemed liable for defamation, correct? Yes. So you're here for damages? Yes. What specific damages do you think Professor is entitled to? Ma'am, I don't think that's going to help you. Mr. Crone, objection, Your Honor. I think the relevance is ultimately the jury's to decide. The court sustained. TikToker, why are you here today in addition to she's already won? To offer my testimony as to the damage that you caused her. What damage? The damage to her reputation, the damage to her mental health. Are you aware of the support Professor received from her family and friends? Yes. Are you aware that Professor has not been deemed ineligible for work? Yes. Um, are you aware that she received the support of her professional community? Yes. Are you aware that obviously she's received the support of your friends? You're her friend, correct? Yes. Are you aware that she's received the support of her friends? Yes. What specific damages are you? Oh, it's an overlapping. I was like, what? Well, he just mentioned damages. What are you referring to? Objection, Your Honor. It's the same relevance as well as asked and answered at this point. Um, I'm going to sustain the objection. I think there's a miscommunication between damage and legal damages, so I think that may be TikToker. I'll specify the court. All right. Hanson's a real one. Yeah, Hanson is the friend that you want during during this type of battle, because he's like, nah, ma'am, we're not playing the games. We're not doing the back and forth. I'm here to be a friend, but I'm also here to let you know that like what you did is gross. He's very I have a few people in my life that are IT, and he is very much an IT bro. Like he's very, and not like the typical like frat IT bro. He's the typical like straightforward. This is how it is. Like he'll be goofy when he wants to be, but if you like mess with someone in his life that he cares about, he's like, nah, we're straight and linear, and I'm gonna make sure you understand that. Question TikTok or by TikToker. Outside of legal damages, what damage did you perceive that Schofield experienced? The anxiety, the stress, the worry, the fear around visual violence against her. So mental health damages, correct? Correct. And you admit you're not a psychiatrist. Oh my god. Yes, we all fucking know. You said there was a fear of a vigilante. Yes. Did Professor, are you aware of any vigilante that caused harm to Professor? Not that I'm aware of. Are you aware of any vigilante that threatened to cause harm? I'm aware of threats. Who is the vigilante that caused or threatened to cause harm? The threats were sent to her. By who? I don't know. How were the threats sent to her? Was it email, text, call, in person? I know there was an email threat. Did you view with your own eyes an email threat of a vigilante? An audible response by Hanson? TikToker, I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Hanson, no. Is this basically testimony from what you heard from other people? Yes, you heard from other people that there was a vigilante threatening Professor. I was aware of a threat against her by email, correct? Yes. But you did not see this email, correct? I did not see the email. And you do not know who this person is? No, I don't know who it is. Do you know if this person is connected to TikToker? No, I don't know who it is at all. So you're here because the fear that you were receiving was not necessarily from the TikTok videos, but from the vigilante that could cause harm to Professor. Can you clarify that? I'm not TikToker. You stated that the fear stemmed from the vigilante may come and do something to Professor, correct? Yes. And I stated the fear, is it related in any way to TikToker? This threat came directly after your videos were posted. How did you know when the threat came if you did not see it? Because Professor told me. Your testimony is now that Professor told you about an email she received. Yes. And that it came after the videos, correct? Yes. But there's no correlation between me and this person who's the vigilante, correct? And there's no correlation between me and this, or correct? I don't know who it came from, so no, I don't know what the connection would be between you and the person that sent this, other than they probably viewed your videos. But you don't know the person, correct? Correct. So you don't know what they know, correct? No. Do you know their motivation? Do you know their motivations, correct? You don't know their motivations, correct? No, I don't know their motivations. Um, TikToker, thank you. No further questions. The court, any redirect? Mr. Crone, yes, Your Honor. And the evidence needs to be moved over to Miss Bibbs, please. Miss Bibb, can you please pull back up Exhibit 13? Your Honor, may I publish it to the jury? You may. And then redirect by Mr. Carone. So, Mr. Hanson, you remember the questions you received from TikToker about exhibit number 13? Yes. Okay. In the first video, you described that as a video where TikToker said that she solved the murder. Yes. Was it kind of a teaser for videos to come? Yes. It was the first video in the series that she was going to be starting to do. Okay. And the second video, is that when the first video that you saw of Professor that TikToker posted? I think that's one of the first two videos. And that was the day after she posted this teaser about solving the murders. Yes. Did TikToker go on to continually post videos about the murders and her theories about the murders? Yes, she did. Did many of those videos reference Professor directly? Yes. And when the videos did not directly reference Professor, were they still part of this ongoing series that TikToker was publishing on a daily basis? Yes. And for those videos, TikToker was using the hashtag Rebecca Schofield. Yes. Regardless of whether the video directly referenced Professor or not. That's correct. And this was all part of TikToker creating content and getting attention for her page. That's right. In your view, did TikToker put a spotlight on Professor that did not exist prior to November 24th of 2022? I'm sorry, can you state that first part of that? Yes, I'm just trying to understand, in your view, did TikToker's post put a spotlight on Professor? Yes, they absolutely did. They included her picture, they included her address at work, they included information about her, and spun a fabricated story about her. Question, and that spotlight was in relation to the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students? Answer, yes. And the spotlight was put on Professor Schofield at the time when there was a lot of fear and uncertainty about what had happened or who had killed her, who the killer was? Yes, absolutely. Is that why you were afraid for Professor Schofield? Yes, I was. Mr. Crone, no further questions, Your Honor. The court, all right, thank you. May the witness be excused. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Ms. Olson, I think now's a good time for our next comfort break. I think the jury's been sitting for a while, so we'll take 5 to 10 minutes now for a comfort break, and then we'll return, so the jury may be excused. The court, please be seated. Ms. Olson, who's the next witness? Ms. Olson, Your Honor, the next witness will be John Carlson, and Mr. Crone is going to do that examination, and then our last witness will be Margie Schofield, and I'll be doing that examination. The court, and about how long do you think each is going to be on direct? Your Honor, I would expect probably about the same as it was for Mr. Hanson, maybe half an hour or so, Well, on direct, less for Mr. Carlson. The cross examination obviously is hard for me to predict how long that'll go. All right, so probably conservatively speaking, you can sit down. Conservatively speaking, maybe we have an hour or so left of plaintiff's case in chief. Is that fair? Yes, Your Honor. I think probably less, quite frankly, 45 minutes. So, TikToker, you should be prepared then. After that hour, the government, the plaintiff, will rest their case. Any motions you wish to make and be prepared to begin your case in chief, meaning, I think, calling yourself as witness. Do you still intend to do that? TikToker, yes, Your Honor. Um, the court, okay. So just be prepared for that with, again, the admission that we're going to try to not present evidence that is cumulative for what you said on the witness stand on cross-examination. TikToker, yes, sir. Um, the court, all right. Anything for me to take up right now, Miss Olson? Miss Olson, just briefly, Your Honor, we filed a motion for judicial notice, and I think at this point, if the court could just take judicial notice, I don't think we have to put the exhibits in, but that Brian Koberger was charged by way of indictment in May of 2023, entered a plea agreement in June of 2025, and then was sentenced in July of 2025. I can look up those dates, but that's my best memory. I know there's a lot of testimony about it, but that's actually not a fact technically in the record. The court, yes. In TikToker, instead of admitting those three exhibits, the indictment, the guilty plea, the sentence, which is typically done, is I can instruct the jury that these are facts that have been stipulated by the parties, meaning that the parties agree that these are facts that can be put into evidence. We can do it in that way, or we can admit the three documents. It's, again, if you're willing to stipulate to that, I'll put something together. I guess, Miss Olson, you could put together a stipulation if TikToker is willing with those three facts. If you want to present that to her and see if she's willing to stipulate to that. If not, I'll handle it another way. In TikToker, you don't have to make up your mind right now, but the option is either those three exhibits come into evidence because I've taken judicial notice that they're accurate and not subject to dispute, or Ms. Olson can draft a very brief 3-sentence statement that gets to the heart of each of the documents, and I would instruct the jury that those are facts that both parties agree to or admit to. TikToker, I can take judicial notice. The court. So then, Miss Olson, if you'll just draft that stipulation, and it's something I can just read to the jury that that these are the facts stipulated by the parties. All right. Anything else, Miss Olson? No, thank you, Your Honor. The court, TikToker, no, Your Honor. The court will take about a 5 more minute break. And then they recessed until 12:55 p.m. Please be seated. Let's bring in the jury. Jury came into the courtroom at 12:56 p.m. and then they called their next witness, Mr. Carlson. So Mr. Carlson is the husband to the professor. So moral support. Lawyers must love pro se litigants. While the professor went her entire life without receiving any vigilante threats, and then suddenly, when someone accused her of quadruple homicide in front of millions, she gets a total unrelated vigilante threat. Capybara is totally unrelated. Nothing to do with the TikTok. Yeah, right? Nothing to do with the TikTok videos at all, whatsoever. Why would you say that? That is so rude of you. That would never happen. Right? Sorry, I'm making sure nobody's dying. Okay. Yeah, it's wild to me. It's severely wild to me. Really, I'm gonna check something really quick. It's just insane to me too about how you can sit there and be so staunch in how you feel, but also just yeah, it's just crazy to me. Anywho, not the point. All right, let's dive in. So this is questioning by Mr. Carone to the husband of the professor, which his name is, well, I'm going to call him Mr. Carlson, but it's Carlson. So, Mr. Carlson, do you know Rebecca Schofield? I do. She's my wife. You call her Becca. I do call her Becca. Mr. Carlson, where are you from? I was born and raised in Emmett, Idaho. Did you meet Becca in Emmett? I did. When did you first meet your wife? I know she wasn't your wife at the time, but when did you meet her? I feel like we were early teens. We went to different elementary schools. I was probably in high school when I first started to know her, 13, 14. Did you date Rebecca at the time in high school? I did. We went to prom twice. Oh, and they were high school sweethearts. That's cute. And then, did you attend college after high school? I did. I went to Boise State, and I was a year ahead of her in school. Okay. And did you and Professor date throughout college? Yes. And then at some point, I'm sorry, you said yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Um, we did not date each other while we were in undergrad. No. Okay. And did you then reconnect with her at some point after college? Yeah, we were both done with undergrad and we started dating again. When was that? Oh nine, spring of oh nine. She had just graduated and I was living in Boise at the time. Have you two been together since then? We have since the spring of oh nine. Did you eventually get married? We did in October of 2012. Where were you living at the time? We were living in Cambridge, Massachusetts when we got married. We came back to Idaho to get married. So you got married in Idaho and then continued to live in Cambridge. We lived in Cambridge, yes. Did you later move back to Idaho in 2014? Okay. Why did you move back to Idaho? She was done with all of her coursework for her graduate degree, and we wanted to be closer to family, and she had research trips she needed to do that were closer to the US West. Did Professor start at the University of Idaho shortly after you moved back to Idaho? Um, Yeah, a year and a half ish. Do you remember when she started working at the University of Idaho, January of 2016? Did you two have your first child around that time in late April of 2016? When did you have your second child? February of 2019. Um, God, right before COVID, dang. Um, is that when you moved to your current home in Moscow? Yeah, just around Labor or Memorial of 2019. Around June of 2019, you moved to your home. Yes. Prior to November of 2022, how would you describe your wife as a person? Really motivated, very professional, but still really focused on family. That's why we moved back to Idaho. I feel like she has always had really good balance in her life between work and family, but at that point, she was very, very professionally focused, very driven, very interested in making that sure that she was performing to her own expectations and being in the top of her field while at the same time, raising two kids. We had two kids under 5 at that point, which is wild being far from family. So, yeah, really good balance. Are your family still living in Emmett? They both are. And does Professor make it a point to keep in touch with everyone in Emmett while you guys are living in Moscow? Oh, yeah. How does she do that? She talks to her parents on the phone almost every day. And we go to Emmett in the Boise area often, and a lot of people come up to see us as well. Prior to November of 2023, did you observe your wife experience stress or anxiety related to work? Nothing out of ordinary. Everybody who's really dedicated to their career has stressful moments, but Becca's always really used them as motivation to kind of drive her to excellence. I think, nothing that was ever really detrimental to her health or family, just what she used to drive herself professionally and get fulfillment out of her career. Um, Were you living in Moscow in November 2022 when Koberger murdered 4 students? Yes. Was there a lot of information about the murders right after they occurred? No. Was there a lot of fear in the Moscow area? Yes. With the combination of fear and a lack of information, did you observe the community responding to theories on the internet about the murders? Yeah, I mean, there was really no other source of information besides whatever you can find scouring the internet at that point. Law enforcement was very tight lipped, no one knew anything, and everybody really wanted to know what was going on. So that was kind of one of the only sources of information. Can you remember any examples of how the community was responding to theories online? Yeah, I mean, obviously the kids, the roommates who were in the house, and the ex boyfriend were really getting a lot of attention, and people were coming up with theories about them. And then there were all the ways like hoodie guy at the food court or food truck. People were trying to find this guy in the white hoodie because everybody saw him on the video. Everybody was like trying to find something to point to. Um, which is it's so interesting too, because I've seen people talk about this, and because the food truck video came out, because I think they were like live streaming or something, and it was just like, oh my goodness, like people need to take a chill. Hold on a second. 1 second. I have to go. Crap. Ah. Give me 1 second, guys. Sir, I thought someone was outside my house. It sounded like someone was dying, so I had to go double check. But nope, alive. All good. Moral support. Yeah, the food truck had a live stream on always. I remember people fixating on Hoodie Guy. Poor dude was just trying to get a burger. I know, I felt so bad. Because I had just moved out here when all of that, when I moved out here in April of 22, and then the murders happened in November of 22. So it was insane. And I remember just like when it first happened too, feeling so bad for like all the people in my life who had people that they knew that went to U of I that were affected, or like a lot of them came home early if they were up at U of I. And yeah, it was just a whole mess and a half. And I just remember like moving here and being like, holy God, what the fuck just happened? But yeah, no, this, I kept hearing, um, kept hearing what sounded like someone like screaming for like help or something. So I was like, oh God, oh no. So then I got up and I went and I looked out my window, and it's summer, should probably expect that, but it was just some kids playing, and I was like, oh, okay, everybody's alive, nobody's dead, we're good. Like, okay, so um where was I? Oh yeah, Hoodie Guy. But I just feel so bad for Hoodie Guy. Poor dude. Um, let's see. Do you remember Thanksgiving in November of 2022? I do. Was that the day you first saw TikTokers post about your wife? Yes. Did you watch the post first? I did. What do you remember about that? We were out on a walk. My sister and Becca were, and all of our kids, and she checked her work email while we were out. And someone had forwarded one of the videos to her, and she asked me to review it just to make sure it wasn't spam or something, and that she shouldn't open on her phone. And I watched the video and saw what was in it, and said, "No, I don't think it's spam, but I don't think you should watch it." She then Did she then go on to watch the video? At some point later, she did with my sister. Yeah. What did you observe about your wife after she first watched the video? She was very distracted the rest of the day, very distraught. It's Thanksgiving Day. It's difficult to not be engaged with family, but she was very kind of taken out of the moment in the holiday, and reviewing the video a couple other times, talking with my sister who she shared it with. I want to focus kind of on the November, December 2022 timeframe. Did you observe your wife seeming afraid during that time? Um, Absolutely. Yeah, I think she reached out to the university soon. I think the same day, and I believe they got her picture taken off the history department page. She acted quickly in anything that we could control, but absolutely. There was just a lot more fear in the house for sure because it just, we didn't want videos. We didn't These videos were getting more and more views. It kind of took us out of this community that had been a part of this tragedy and kind of put us more in a spotlight and something that was going on. That was really scary. So yeah, and just, that time of the year, the focus is always the holidays and travel and family. It was definitely like a big, like, we were all disengaged from that a lot. Did you observe anything unusual about your wife's behavior during that time? Yeah, she wasn't sleeping much at all. At that point, starting that evening, when everybody left our home, when my parents left, and it was just our family in the house, especially, I would wake up and she would not be in bed. We'd be sitting at dinner. She would get up to get a drink and she would check to make sure the door was locked and go to the front door and make sure it was locked. And then she would go back and sit down. I'd find her in our son's bed with closest to the stairs to the second floor where we all sleep. She'd sleep in there a lot or lay in his bed a lot, but sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and she wouldn't be there, which is so sad. Like this poor woman. Um, was that was that behavior something you observed about her prior to November of 22? No. You mentioned earlier that your wife, she would have stress from work, and that was something she kind of channeled professionally or in a positive way. Did you notice anything different about the stress she was experiencing in November and December of 22? Yeah, it's just very detrimental. Everything's so unknown. You don't know what's going to happen, what's coming next, and what to do with the stress and that energy. And like it was just draining and draining. And along with not sleeping, she was very tired and having a really hard time staying motivated and focused. And like we were all just, that stress was just so different because she couldn't use it in the way that, so many other things would energize her previously. Did TikTokers post affect your family's routine at all? Yeah, the city of Moscow has a great park system, and we definitely didn't go to the parks as often. We started locking all of our doors and windows, which is not something we had traditionally done. That's just a thing that Becca and I believe. But the doors were always locked any moment we were in the house. We did not go out. We did not go out to eat as often or at all. We didn't go to parks, and we changed the kids' pickup schedule a lot at school. We were really worried about people lingering around at the schools or the playground, connecting them to us or to Becca, so drop off and pickup was different at that time. Why did you make these changes to your family's routine? We had a lot more fear for the family just because of the focus that this had put on us during that time. Everybody in the community and outside the community was looking for information, for answers somewhere. And there's thousands of families with kids in Moscow, but this information puts ours at the front saying, oh, these people might know something. Um, Professor might have something to do with it. And that's scary. Were you concerned for your family's safety? I was. We lived in Boston during the 2013 marathon bombing. That had to suck. Oh my God. I remember when that happened and how freaked out I was. And I lived in Indiana at the time. Um, um, and there were just all sorts of online speculation going on at that point. And the city was very scared, and people were being accused of things just because they had a similar backpack. I connected a lot of that moment with that insane instance of us living in Boston during that time, or just, people when they want information, they will find small glimmers of detail and run with it, and people got hurt then. You mentioned some of the changes to your family's routine. Did you do anything else to address that security concern? Yeah, we purchased door sensors, security cams for the house just so we could see people coming and going and knowing when the doors are being opened just because of that new fear. And then, Your Honor, the exhibit's not been admitted, but I'd like to show Mr. Carlson exhibit number 37. Do you recognize 37? Yes. What is 37? It's the receipt for security cameras and door sensors that I had installed, that I installed at the house. And 37, a true and accurate copy of those receipts. Yes. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence. Any objection? None. Publish. You may publish. Mr. Carlson, I think on the first page of exhibit number 37, do you see how much you spent? I should back up. So you mentioned the security system. Is that what's reflected on this receipt in 37? Yes, and what was the cost of the equipment you bought at that time? $328.51. What's the date of this receipt? November 27th. And then if we go to the second page of exhibit number 37, Mr. Carlson, is this the additional security equipment you bought? Yeah, that's an additional camera and door sensors. What was the cost of that equipment? $137.78. When did you make that purchase? December 28th. Can you take down 37? Do you remember when your wife sent a cease and desist to TikToker? I think the first one was November 28th. I'm just asking if you remember that happening. Yes, I do. Did TikToker continue to post about your wife after that? Yes, she did. Cease and desist letter was sent. And do you remember when Koberger was arrested for the murders? Yes. Was that after this lawsuit was filed? Yes. Did TikToker stop posting about your wife at that time? No. Did you notice anything different about TikToker's posts at that time? Yeah, I mean, after Koberger had been arrested, him as a character began to appear in some of the videos. You know, we were very elated as a whole community, as the whole community was, because for us personally, our hope was that with a suspect, most of this would stop because it was, you know, the story being told in those videos was separate from this person. But then Koberger became a character in a lot of those videos, and the narrative changed a little bit. So that was really frustrating and, you know, made us all very fearful. You mentioned there was a hope that this would all stop. Is that in reference to TikToker's posts about your wife? Yes. And when that hope didn't come to fruition, how did that affect your wife? Yeah, I mean, it was one of the hardest moments throughout the entire ordeal, just because, you know, we had seen the potential apprehension of a suspect in this case, and in this case as the end of it. Like, oh, that's got to be the end of it. There won't be any more videos. But then when they persisted, it really created so much uncertainty of this may never end. This could never end. These will just continue and it'll be something we have to deal with forever. Did you ever see any videos where TikToker mentioned Koberger prior to him being arrested? No. Your Honor, I'd like to, this one's already been admitted. Exhibit 17, I'd like to publish that to the jury. You may. Mr. Carlson, do you see the date of this image on exhibit number 17? Yeah, what is that date? August 28th, 2025. Can you please play it to the second slide? Do you recognize that picture? I do. What is that picture? That's a picture of Beck and I buying a new car at Rogers Subaru in Lewiston, new to us. Do you remember when you made that purchase? March of 2019. Is there a particular reason why you remember that date? Because I wrecked our previous car in March of 2019. And is this a picture that the dealership posted about you guys buying this car? Yes. And so TikToker found a picture of you and your wife from 2019 on a dealership's website, then posted that on August 28th of 2025. Yes. Would this be an example of kind of the deflating nature of these posts just continuing on and on even after Koberger had pleaded guilty to the crimes? Yes. Did you observe, so at this point, we're in 2025. Did you observe your wife continue to experience symptoms of anxiety or distress as TikToker continued to post about her? Yes. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's so much of her stress and anxiety is around managing relationships and managing her career, you know, talking with publishers. If she needs to publish a new article, she needs to make sure that everybody is aware that the case is still ongoing. We have friends and family who are constantly checking in about the case. Like it's just hasn't ever really gone away. And it's something that creates extra effort and stress every day to manage relationships. Um, and have you at all seen Professor need to take a step back on her research or her attendance at conferences and things like that because of the anxiety and experiences she was having related to TikTokers' posts? Yes, absolutely. I mean, the research itself, Becca didn't want to travel soon after the video started, but the research itself was challenging because, working with publishers, whether it's something like a op-ed or a book or an article, like it kind of has to be the first thing that she mentions in the conversation, that this is something that's kind of following me, that's part of my current reputation. And that created scenarios where she didn't necessarily want to continue to submit things to not have to deal with that. I think the classroom was particularly challenging. The potential of having to answer questions from students about the case or relationships that she didn't have with the students. She has had a very different attitude towards the classroom since all this started. It's really challenging to go in there every day and wonder, do these kids follow the case? Do they think all of these things are true? And she's definitely taken steps back in teaching as far as her teaching and engagement with students. Nothing nothing that would be detrimental at all, but her personal investment in the classrooms has changed, and research is challenging. Yeah. And I apologize to kind of bring you back um, into the timeline here, but where were you working in November of 2022? So, working at Meter Group Incorporated USA in Pullman, Washington. Were you traveling a lot for work at the time? No. Are you aware of TikToker posting videos saying that you were traveling a lot and that's when your wife would have her rendezvous with one of the victims? Yes. And is there any truth to that? No. Mr. Crown, no further questions at this time. Thank you. Mr. Crown, TikToker cross examination. Yes, sir. Okay. Let me see how much longer I have, like how many more pages I have. And then we can go from there. I think I might pause it there. Because it is getting late and I need to get some stuff done, some adult stuff done before it starts to pour down on us here in lovely Idaho. Um, so I think I'm gonna pause here and I will come back. Either I'll just record and then I'll do it like a big chunk for day 3, or I'll come back and we'll stream like later tomorrow or something, or Friday, depending on what's going on. Because I don't know about y'all, but I've been watching the Au Pair Affair, the Brendan Banfield case, and he's getting sentenced on Friday. So I might might want to watch that. So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed. This is a wild case. Like the the therapist alone, that one alone always gets me. But just wait until you hear her testimony. Her testimony gets freaking wild. But if so, I will sit down and stream again. Um we have still cross-examination of the husband, and then we have the mom. So we have those two left for day 3, and then we're on to day 4, which is literally all her testimony and then their deliberation and then the verdict. So day 4 is going to be pretty short, so I might just lump the rest of day 3 and day 4 together, because I want to say that we were out by like noon waiting for deliberation, and then I think we got the testimony and stuff by like 2 p.m. So, or the verdict by 2. So yeah. Well, thank you all so much for being here. I do deeply appreciate it. I'm glad that y'all enjoyed. And yeah, I will see you all in the next one. All right. All right. Bye. Bye.